Yep, it floats
Yeah, it
essentially.
floats.
Yeah. hmm Apart from the fact that the dollar is slowly eroding,
Yeah,
a
yeah,
gradual
exactly.
erosion
You know,
of the
I
value.
I was about to exchange a few USDT into my local currency, and I've seen the price of the dollar, the exchange rate
Hmm.
went down a little bit by 2.56%. I said, what have my country done overnight that took the dollar
Yeah,
2% down? And then
I'm I'm surprised.
I realize it's
Hmm.
not just our country did something, it's just the US dollar went down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's not like, maybe there is, but I haven't heard of it, but some universal, internationally recognized constant that just
Yeah,
is a set value, it does not change, and everything's
yeah,
measured against it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
They try to imply that's what the US dollar is because it's the global reserve currency, whatever. But
yeah,
and
exactly.
you know, everyone measures up against the dollar, like the US dollar, but the US dollar itself is a fluctuating thing, like it, you know, and it's depreciating over time. So it's not a good measure, like it's not a good tool to measure against, like it's not stable.
Yeah,
But
end
it
of
would
the
be
day,
interesting
it's
to get an
money, it's
instrument.
inflates.
Yeah. Like what is true stable? Like what is true value? Like where does that sit?
Nothing stays in the same place
That's
forever.
right.
Even the
Which
gold
is,
prices goes up and down, currencies goes
yeah,
up and down. Everything
yep.
goes up and down. It
Absolutely
never,
everything does. Which
yeah,
is why it's hard to know where we stand,
yeah,
you know? Like a roll of toilet paper today should be the same. It's still the roll of toilet paper from 1970. You know what I mean? Or just something that has been constant. A glass of water. Like if you catch my point, people might argue, oh, but the quality of the water. Like, no, I'm not trying to make that point. I'm just trying to
yeah,
say
yeah, I got it.
a
I got it.
constant. Yeah, yeah. Like an egg, a chicken egg, a dozen eggs, whatever, half a dozen.
Yeah. I was
Like
listening
that
to
should be.
Dbloc the other day.
Hmm.
The egg
No,
prices
one
are going.
egg, one egg.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
maybe that can be our universal constant is the egg, the humble egg.
yeah, but the price
Because
of
it,
eggs went really high up high in the US. Really, really
yeah,
high. How much is it that? Can anyone tell
because
me?
of, was that because of some avian flu, or what was the supply? It was a supply problem, right? The supply got
Yeah,
shocked, which is why the price went up because the demand stayed the same for eggs, but supply was, yeah, affected. I know in
yeah,
Australia a similar thing happened, and it was because of an avian flu. Like there was some issue with the chickens in Australia last year,
yeah.
and there was a shortage, like an egg shortage. Sometimes it happens to our bananas in Australia. Like we have to import them
Yeah,
because there was like a tropical cyclone that hit, you know, our banana farming regions of Queensland. So the price of
Oh,
bananas goes crazy.
the avian
Mm.
flu is the same thing that happened here.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably linked.
yeah,
It's, you know, yeah, to the same situation in Australia.
During the pandemic, there was like a big bird flu thing here too in 2020, and like they wouldn't accept birds in any animal controls in the U.S.
Yeah,
That's
damn.
weird. There was a lot of dead birds
Yeah.
around too. I noticed because my dog likes dead animals, and he kept rolling in all the dead birds. Oh,
Oh,
God.
they love it. Yes. Yep. They love
like
the
once a
stank.
week, and he would smell so bad, like when we got in the car from the park, and I was
and they're
like,
so
"Oh
proud of it.
no, you what?"
Hmm.
Yeah, it was like we're gonna be the spillover event, like we're like that they thought that's how COVID happened, it was like a spillover event from
Oh,
like it
I
was like a
see.
virus from they thought it was like from a pangolin in the Chinese market.
Yeah.
So I was like, me and my dog, we're gonna be the next spillover event. Like every week, he was rolling on a dead bird,
Oh man. Yeah.
and the CDC was like, avoid dead birds, don't touch them. And there's a notice to call Fish and Game. We have a organization called Fish and Game, and they were like collecting them. So I was always calling Fish and Game so they would like pick up the dead birds. Otherwise, they would just like be there for like a week. And my dad would go back
Oh
for more.
jeez.
Anyway, I don't know if you
Yeah.
we don't want to hear about this.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I mean, where I live,
Corruption.
there's a lot of like roadkill, you know, wallabies and kangaroos and possums and all sorts of things that like, run out into in front of cars. And I'm sure you get a lot of that
Wallabies
in
are
the States as well.
wallabies are so cute.
Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, you guys would get deer like running out into traffic and like all sorts of things.
We don't have any deer in Alaska.
Got like
Yeah.
moose and caribou,
Yeah, yeah. A lot of
marmots
moose
and
kit.
squirrels.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, there's a lot of squirrels. I don't see. I mean, I'm sure they're around somewhere, but I don't see varmints. I
Yeah,
forget what
marmot.
those marmots. I
Is it
forget what those look
yeah, marmots. They're kind of like a bigger
marmot.
squirrel from memory because when I went to Alaska, they were running around the place like in the parks and things, the
Oh, those
wildlife
look like
parks.
prairie dogs. They look almost exactly
Yeah,
like
yeah,
prairie
they're
dogs.
they're yeah, they're like a little. They're bigger than a squirrel.
They kind of look
Small,
like like
smaller
they
than a
look
fox.
like half prairie dog, half beaver.
Yeah.
Have you seen a
Marmots.
prairie dog?
Yeah, yeah. They're
Like
cute. They're funny look little dudes.
I'll have a 7-pound dog, and she always like stands on two legs and like sticks her head out like a prairie
Like
dog. Or
or a meerkat kind of thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
she looks a lot like a meerkat, especially if you're eating. Oh, I didn't know there's no marmots in Alaska. It's called an Alaska marmot. You saw this? Wow, look at that.
Yeah, I saw it somewhere. Yep.
They got like little hands.
Yep, I remember caribou. We saw a moose. Um,
All right, guys,
the
I'm out
They're
of
moose was
here.
big.
huge.
Good night, y'all.
Oh, see you, man.
Yep. Be careful with dominance. Dominance is flagging out here, and I don't like the way this candle's twitching. Looks like it wants to go, which is fine on its own. But if Bitcoin rolls over and dominance does that, you're also gonna feel it. So heads up on your
What do
more
you
like risky stuff.
what do you think it looks like? I mean, it got rejected off of 50% Asia. Right.
Yeah, yeah. So far, we'll see. It's basically right where the psychological high is, a little bit below. So I pulled it off of the screen because it was just too much information. But if this, basically, it would be keeping this bull flag alive. This 50 is gonna be the telltale. And then our 30-minute stopping volume candle is about to be violated, which is sort of the last little bit of bullishness that we have. We're on the 15
Mm.
minute, but the 30-minute, the body of it is right there, so we want to watch that.
Do you think that at least in this window of time with dominance, the game like there's a new standard for Bitcoin dominance right now because you've got the ETF holdings in it. So many other big players now are in the Bitcoin game. So yeah, it is dominant. Like it's dominant in that sense. Like they're until they sell it, and will that rotation, the sale, does that equal rotation into altcoins automatically, or
No, not
when they're getting
automatically.
out, are they going back out into cash? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
not automatically, but they'll
Yeah,
have to go in the stables,
yeah,
so it'll still hit
yeah.
dominance.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. See you in the morning.
Yeah. See you, man.
See you, man.
He's ready. He's ready for bed. It's
Yeah, it's really
it's
late.
6 a.m.
Yeah. Bitcoin's been in bed all day. Hasn't been doing anything.
Not really.
Not on the big
Mm,
picture anyway. Like on the daily zoomed out. It's kind of we're waiting on that activity to pick up.
I finally started paying attention to these levels, like 50% Asia and the high and the low of the day. I turned that stuff off on the TR main indicator for a while, and then I don't know. I guess I must have watched a video about it or something, and I was like, okay, there's a lot of confluence here. Like, and clearly, like,
Yeah.
it's getting rejected at 50% Asia. And, like a lot of resistance there.
Definitely.
Are you still feeling bullish, Rick?
Macro, yes. I don't think there's anything wrong with expecting's like a scary word, but like yeah, you can see the potential for further growth. And the reason that I'm still confident is I look to the stock market a lot because that's always a fairly good headwind indicator for like broader sentiment for risk on, which is what crypto is. Crypto is like risk on magnified. Like it's
Yeah, it's the
it's
most
very
risk on
much a
assets.
risky. Yeah, it's
The
not as
riskiest.
much as what it used to be, but yeah, it's still yeah.
Stock market is just ripping, man. S&P,
Yeah, it's stock.
I've seen the
Yeah,
other
it's
day, it was
looking.
just straight going up, straight away going up.
Yeah,
No
Oh yeah,
stopping, no
yesterday
like
nothing.
was pretty
Yesterday
bullish.
or day before, constantly 2 days, it
yeah.
was hitting high, 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 high.
I've got a I've got this like four panel view of the indexes, right, or the indices, and like I'll put it in general
Tesla's
for you
slow.
to take a look at. But this is
Oh,
why I'm
cool.
confident at the moment
Tesla's dropping.
from a.
I sold my Tesla at 350, so I want it to go down. Sorry,
Hmm.
go ahead.
So if you look at general chat, see that you got the four indices there: the Dow Jones, the Nasdaq, the S&P, and the Russell. Look at the Nasdaq. Look how fast and violent that wants to come
Yeah,
back up and go in. Like
yeah,
it's approaching the all-time high. Like
yeah.
that is strong.
Uh,
That doesn't spell
All
to
of
me,
all of
oh,
them.
it's all over. Yeah,
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 that doesn't spell to
I
me
was
that it's all over. But
surprised.
mm,
I was surprised at how quickly. I mean, it seemed
the recovery
unexpected.
was, yeah,
Yeah, well,
it's a
and
very
even
sharp
now, like
V.
this week, the continued, especially with like the
Hmm.
tariff crap. I
We
wonder
haven't
what
seen
it's doing
something
in
like
Tesla.
that since COVID, like a spike of that magnitude. COVID was similar to that, like where it was carnage for like a month and then it was boom, before you know it, you're back up V shape, you know?
No, maybe we are gonna make it over 50%. Uh,
So
it's
that's
kind of
one factor. That's a very big macro headwind for me, the stock market, and also the fact that quantitative easing and rate cutting seem like the next step that the Fed will go in the direction of. Like that's what they're working toward. They don't want to be high interest rates. It's not like that they've put it like that because it's out of let's do this, like this will make money or whatever. It's a response to a problem, the problem of 2022, which was the runaway inflation. You know, they had to do something to curb that danger, and that was to hike the rate up to 5.5%, which we haven't had. The US hasn't had that level of an interest rate in many years, right?
Yeah.
So we're still cooling off the
Bitcoin.
back of that. We're still paying for the damage of COVID, like what COVID caused everyone to do, like economically, not just from a health perspective, but economically.
Yeah, all the
We're still
quantitative
feeling the
easing that they did during that
yeah,
time.
yeah, definitely. We're still feeling the fallout from that. We're still we're getting there. We're very close. At least the US is close to that 2%. Um, and also like
Bitcoin's
from a
still
super from,
broke out over the 50% Asia line. It looks like it's breaking out.
Yeah. And
Anyway, sorry.
it's breaking pretty
from a
fast.
super if you're talking super macro, like you're talking crypto lifespan, like future, I'm not concerned for Bitcoin whatsoever, because what's our competition? Like what's the US dollar, like fiat currencies, which are, you can't turn that ship around. It's like heading for, it just keeps inflating. Like it's, the purchasing
I'm
power is
not.
eroding. It's a one-way
I'm
street.
definitely. I'm not concerned about Bitcoin in the long term.
No,
I guess I'm
not
probably more
unless.
concerned about alts. I mean,
Mhm. Do you know what kind of coordination you would need to bring an end to Bitcoin? You would need every country all agreeing at the same time to make it illegal, like to stamp it out
I
and,
mean,
stop, pull
yeah,
down all
Bitcoin.
exchanges. It's
If
quite the
only a
opposite. It's
year
the opposite.
ago, I just bought Bitcoin. I wish I'd sold everything when like Qui-Gon came out, like super bear, like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Because
Oh
all
yeah, like for the
yeah,
local, yeah, because he's pretty dialed into the swings, which is, yeah, it's definitely profitable to be, sensitive to the swinging of the, the fluctuations, the intra-cycle stuff.
I mean, if I had Bitcoin, it would be different, but I have a bunch of alts. Like I should have just sold all of my alts at Bitcoin all-time high. Or at least taken a lot of profits, and then I started buying back in too soon.
Yeah, I know
Alexa,
that
stop.
retail would be like the way retail follows crypto. What I would imagine would be the way retail follows crypto is fairly local. Like you're in the local price action. You're not looking out on the weekly chart and reading it that way. Most people would be like down on the hourly and just the day-to-day progress, in context of what happened yesterday or last week, as a play-by-play kind of where are we going kind of way to spectate the market, if you will, you know. And every lens is different. Every lens paints a different picture. Like the 1 minute chart is saying something, and the 15 minute could be saying something completely different, and then the weekly different again. So yeah, the context matters when you're kind of talking about where you think something's going. It's like, what do you mean? In what context?
Maybe we'll get a little bounce here. I don't know. Oh,
Well,
I'm tired
on
today.
Bi- on Bitcoin, it's there is an apparent trend line that it's respecting right now, and there's uniformity of it, which is
Oh,
cool
are
to
you talking
see.
about that downtrend line, the
No, no,
angular one?
I'm talking about a climbing support. Um, I'll show you. So we got, you know how we had the flag situation, the bear flag, much the same as, you know, the bear flag we had up here at the time, like this situation, how we got stuck in that, and then we fell
Yeah.
out the
Oh
bottom,
yeah,
like
yeah.
pretty textbook. So we had, you know, it's like a binary copy. Like we had our first one, and now we got our second one. We're kind of tracking similar. See how it tried to recover and gain access back above the trend line, but it got rejected. You know, permission denied, and then we took the leg down. So it's like, okay, well, now we're down here. We're working on. We were working. It looked
Are
more
you
like
saying it's a
that,
wave
and
like
then
ABC?
no, no. I'm just naming them. You can call this apple and orange if you want. Like it's yeah. I'm just identifying them. But anyway, like this. See this one. This one had some parallelity to it, mainly because let me go down to like the 15-minute because you need the resolution of the 15-minute to really see it. But you have this point, that point, and then this point. You can scribe a line off that. That's how you get that line. And then what you do is you duplicate that line. So you mirror it, or not mirror. So you parallel it. You bring it up and you look at the uniformity. See that? See the harmony it
Mm-hmm.
has at the top? So there is a
Yeah,
definite parallel going there. Now you
I
had
love a
this
good channel.
cluster. Yeah. See this cluster, this deviation? We like punch down through it. It's like, oh, we're suddenly disrespecting that trend line that we've broken down.
Yeah.
However, we didn't lose
Accumulation.
the market. Yeah, it was like this little sub situation happening. But look at us now. We're now here. So instead of going like, and this is just for label's sake, 1, 2, 3, and then we lost it. We could not hold a fourth, like we lost it. But now we are
So,
like,
are you
we'll
saying when
call
it like
this.
falls out so deeply like that, it's kind of like a signal of something?
No, well, I'm just saying like it's established a new line. So instead of see how we were following a numbered line going up like that. Now look at this. You've got, I'll just circle them.
Oh,
You've
I
got this
see.
touch
So
here,
it's an
and now you got this touch
oh,
here. Yeah, you're now look at these touches. See that? That basically the it's given you a map, like it's mapping out where it's
and
going,
it's like a
kind of thing.
preview of the new
Yeah,
channel.
exactly. Like it's telling you this is I've set a new course here. Like I was on this course, you know, using this as a parallel, and then look, this deviation has now redefined what that course is, and we are respecting it. Like there's a lot of uniformity there. There's now a fourth touch that we've just reacted off. So this line, I think, now becomes like the way that I sort of rearrange its priority. So I perforate it, like I'll dash it, so it's not as critical as what now this is. So maybe I could make that line like twice the width or something. Like that to me is a lot more prime. Like that is
Do you think
defining
it's like
what's going on.
kind of a wedge now, or
Well, yeah, it's definitely there'd be a name for it. I think it's called a rising broadening wedge or an ascending broadening wedge.
bit
I
bearish?
think it's called
Bearish.
that, ascending broadening
Is it also called a
wedge. And we
bearish flag?
yeah, it is of that nature. Like it's a consolidation after a downtrend. So yeah, you could get continuation to the downside. Yeah. And that's probably how we get our 100K test, you know. So I would, yeah, like if you were to ask me what I feel more strongly about, like, do I think that we come up and make a full recovery of this, or do we fall out the bottom of it? I would lean toward falling out the bottom at this point, just based off how the market tends to behave, and the fact that
You think it's gonna
runs like
respect the new
happen in,
smaller channel?
yeah, it'll do possibly something like that. I mean, I think that seems reasonable. You know what I mean? I don't think that seems outlandish and crazy. That seems pretty natural for market flow. Like that's like a nice 5-wave correction right there.
Do you do the so are you an Elliott wave person?
Not really. No. I understand the basics, but I don't like sort of track Elliott waves or anything. I'm more of a trendline person. I'm very simple when it comes to like market structure. And look at this. This is really beautiful. This line down here. Look at how
Yeah,
uniform that is. See that? Look
yeah. I
at
feel
how
like
price is
trend lines are
bouncing off it. Boom, boom, boom.
quite
It's
telling.
so clear. Oh yeah. So we're coming up on a decision point. Bitcoin really has to. It's very rare that Bitcoin will just ignore and just run through the side of it. Like, you know what I mean? Usually when you're approaching an apex, a decision gets made and you're either breaking up or breaking down, you know. It's rare that you go through the side of it and ignore it entirely. But the good thing about this trend line here is that you're building higher lows along here. So that's like trying to hint that the demand is stepping in sooner each time. So
Yeah.
demand stepped in here, demand stepped in here, and what that communicates to me is that they're front running the previous low. Like they're getting in ahead of the crowd. You know, the buying begins sooner. You know, you can no longer buy down here. It's getting attacked a lot sooner on each crash, each subsequent fall. And that's kind of like how you get, you know, your uptrends, because it's like people are excited to buy it higher and higher on the pullbacks.
But it's still a bearish flag.
It is, yeah. And that's because of the bigger picture. That's because of this. That's the bigger picture that we're dealing with. So the optimism that I'm drawing from is just in this cluster, like just this situation here. That's the only, like, I'm so zoomed in, you know, this is very tight amount of price action. But this is cool. We got like a little rally coming up in the last couple of hours. It's not dramatic, but it's something. And the point of interest to me is off this trend line. See how we're getting reactions off it? So we're coming up on a decision point right now, like a little. And look at the harmony between it testing $105,000 and the trend line. See how it's all coming up to a crossroads right there.
Rejection.
It could be, yeah. I would not be surprised if it doesn't quite get the breakout. But yeah, that's kind of like how you can spot just changes in market direction. It's just, yeah, bigger trend line breakouts or breakdowns. Like, look at this one. This was very significant at the time. See this green one? This is from a bigger time frame. This is like the 4-hour chart. This came from back in, you know, mid-April, early mid-April, roughly. The big double bounce at 74,000. This is a trend line that's been intact for basically 2 months. See that? And the pivots it's dealing with
Oh, is that the
these
one
are,
from the channel? Oh, that it just fell out of?
yeah, this is the recovery trend from the from the Liberation Day tariff fear dump that we had. This is the
I had
entire
that one
trend that took
drawn.
us up. Yep.
I was like,
So
oh my god,
losing
it just
that,
keeps respecting it. And then
yep.
when it
So
fell
on,
out, I was
yeah, that candle right there was the doom candle. Like that put the writing on the wall for me. Not only that, but the recovery, it got completely rejected off the attempt to get back on top. Like it just not complete
it felt like doom
rejection.
to me too. Because I drew that trend line like a month ago, and I drew it really
Yeah.
long, like way
Yeah.
ahead, and it just
Like
kept
infinity. Yep.
yeah, and it kept staying, and I was like, oh, it's still
Res-
in there, it's still in the
yep.
channel.
That's the beauty of trend lines. The next, I feel like one of the other probably more important lines is lines of support and resistance, and that's just price levels, right? That's your horizontals, you know, your 100K, your all-time high line, you know, 110K, one like 90K, like just your big key. That's why I've got a line for every $1,000 interval increment. It's in gray, so it's like it's not very standout, but I like
Oh,
to, I don't know, I just like to divide everything up like that
how did
for
you
critical
do like?
lines.
How did you do every $1,000 interval specifically?
Just you just grab a line like this, like I'll go up into like the where I don't have
Oh, you
anything.
did it oh, you did it
Yeah, I
manually. Okay,
just yeah,
I thought
I
it was.
did manually do it. Yeah. So you get it near a level, an increment. Like, let's say
I
I'm
thought
going for
maybe
like
you just like set grid lines.
no, no. These are manual. So I double click on it, go to coordinates, get it, to the destiny, to the exact figure like that. And then I just hold control and duplicate it, duplicate it. And then I go in and double click and punch in the numbers painstakingly. Only when I need
Random
them.
question.
Like I haven't got them. I've only got them in clusters. Like
Random question. But do you like yogurt?
yogurt. Yeah, yogurt's good. Yeah. Why?
If have you had yogurt in America?
Um, I can't remember. The last time I was there
It's
was
just
2001, so it's a long time ago.
as an American. Like my mom was big on yogurt, so I always ate yogurt, and I liked it. But then when you go to Ireland and Australia, it's like a whole different world. It's so much better. So
Ah, interesting.
I
Yeah,
guess you don't know what you have. Like
depends on the yogurt.
if you came and
Are you
ate our
Yeah,
talking
yogurt,
like
you'd be like, "This is trash," and you would like want to spit it out.
Are you talking about just like your regular like yogurt that you would pack in a kid's lunchbox? You know what I mean? Like, the in the little tubs, or do you
Yeah,
mean like Greek
but
yogurt, the natural yogurt? What do you mean?
like almost every yogurt that you buy in the store in the United States is nowhere near as good as any yogurt you buy in Australia or Ireland.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't know. Not
I didn't know
sure.
until I went
I'll
to
have to
Ireland
try
and then
it.
I just bought some yogurt and I was like, "Oh my god, it's like so
Mm.
much like creamier and better." And then the Greek yogurt in Ireland and Australia is actually decent. Like it's not, and the Greek yogurt in the US is just like not good. Like none of it. Like Greek. I mean, I guess Chobani's good because they put like sugar and fruit in it.
Mm.
But for the
you
most
know,
part, like Greek
yeah,
yogurt's not good
yeah,
here.
yeah. In my country, there's in summer especially, there's hardly anyone who's not consuming yogurt every day, especially in the breakfast. Or there is either is a yogurt in the raw form or the yogurt juice, you can say that, or yogurt
You
shake
have
with the
really good
milk.
yogurt.
Yeah, it's really good, really good. It's really healthy. And
Are you in India?
now I'm in Pakistan right now.
I want now. I want to try the yogurt. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
No, I mean it's really good. It's really tasty. I mean the yogurt you buy from the market it's a processed one. So we create our own at home, the homemade. So it's more healthy without any, artificial chemicals or anything like that.
I bet that's really good.
Yeah, and we have a yogurt with almost every meal. In the morning, we mix it with the sugar or with the honey, or in the daytime, we mix it with the mint salt, or yes, there's a different things. And in the night, we mix it with the red chili flakes and with the salt with the dinner. So we consume a lot of yogurt every day, especially in summer.
That sounds
Because
really
it's
good.
yeah, because it's cools your body down in the hot temperatures. It
You
helps
probably
you.
have really healthy microbiomes.
Yeah, yeah.
Just catching up on the YouTube chat. Someone saying you can't have 5 waves down. There's no 5 wave corrections. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell I'm not an Elliott wave dude. But yeah, five moves down, like a 5 wave down, um, downtrend, I guess. You can have
Well,
an
everybody,
ABC correction. I know that. I know that much.
well, everyone have its own opinion, but I don't believe in the Elliott wave theory. I don't believe it in any way
Mhm. Yeah.
because you can create those lines the other day, not the day prior to that.
Oh yeah. It's more of like a
Next day prediction.
instead of
It's
it
not
being
the
a tool
next
for
day.
forecast. Yeah,
Yeah,
instead of a forecasting tool, it's like a reporting tool. Like you're
yeah,
reporting on what happened
yeah,
already. And it's like, well, why is that of any use, you know?
yeah.
Yeah.
Only
I
thing, only
guess
thing, only thing that matters that is your trend lines. That's the
mhm.
only thing that matters. That what I learned, and I'm very good at it. I can say that.
Yeah.
I think I've told you other day,
I laughing.
yesterday, that
Yeah, yeah.
I don't use any kind of indicators. No, nothing. No market cipher. No nothing. No
Yeah.
SMA. No EMA. No nothing. Just trend line. Just follow these.
I do understand how Elliott
Yeah.
waves work, as in if you can identify a wave one, two, three,
Yeah. I mean, the person who's
and
very
then
good
you're
at it.
yeah, and like you're
Yeah.
looking for like a four, like a
Yeah.
which is a pullback, a corrective structure, a fourth wave, and then you can
Yeah.
be like, oh, cool. Like I expect there to be a fifth wave, and that should, once we figure out, and there's like a targeting system. It's like if you Fibonacci, like
Yeah.
a very common place to find a bounce would be like the point 0.5 or the 618, or and once you get evidence that the bounce is being respected, you can jump in and trade the direction,
Yeah.
like the
Exactly.
pivot. Yeah. But there are so many rules with it. Like if you want to get real like if you want to
No.
get advanced with Elliott Wave, it's so complicated.
Yeah,
There's a
it's
lot to it.
complicated.
Yeah.
People do believe in it. I never said
Mm.
I don't disagree.
It's
I
just
do
it's just
agree.
another way to
But
comprehend the market.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's just a
exactly, exactly.
comprehension. Yeah. Every
Sim
we're trying to
Sim games
comprehend
is
what's
next
going on.
level
Yeah, with Elliott Wave.
on,
Yeah.
on the TA. Trend lines are
Yeah.
created by market
Oh.
makers to build liquidity. That's what
Mm-hmm.
he said.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't like it feels like sometimes they'll draw up something really pretty, like the most obvious looking bull flag, and then completely invalidate it and rip it down. And everyone's like, "Oh, what? Like that was gonna go up." You know what I mean? Like trap retail into thinking something, getting the crowd thinking a certain way, and then completely
Yeah,
wrecking them the other way,
it's changed
the
all
other
of a sudden.
direction,
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, this trend line that Dbloc drew, the angular resistance kind of tells the story. Like it's not breaking above.
Yeah. To me, trend
I
lines
don't.
do. There is a lot of harmony off trend lines. Like you see it, like you can draw it out and you can map it and you can see when it reacts. Like it's, oh wow, look at respecting the line. And or if you fall below it, often you'll see that it can't. It starts
Keep it
acting
up.
as
Yeah.
ceiling. Like you can't
Yeah.
get back through it. So it's like, oh, that's a shorting opportunity. You get the rejection off a trend from the underside,
Yeah. Yeah.
just like what we saw over here. Like that would have been very, like, you tried twice to get back and it just not double rejection, and
Yeah.
then that would have got you bearish, and then you can short that move down.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's the same. The beautiful thing is, like, on breakouts, we had a huge one on the daily chart. We had um, the tariff fear dump, right?
Yeah.
Since Trump's inauguration, we had a trend line like this, basically.
Yeah.
And like whatever way you cut it, we did leave it, we broke out, and then we came back to check it a
Yeah.
number of times. Like if you go back to the 4 hour, you can really see it. I mean, yeah, it becomes like a little bit subjective of where you pull that line, but it's something like that. And you can see there was a breakout, and then look, a back check, and we found support off it, that level, a couple of times, and that was like, that is permission, permission to go up, to
Yeah.
me. Like that's what that spells. Yeah.
Like, why is there? I wonder why is there usually a retest?
Well, yeah, sometimes there's not. Sometimes it just leaves the trend and just doesn't look back.
Were you the
But
one who was saying that XRP doesn't usually do a retest, or was it somebody else?
might have been
I
someone
think it was
else.
somebody. They were
I think it
looking
depends on the
backwards on
volume.
XRP
Yeah,
and
I
showing it
think
just
it
take off and
definitely.
not do.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the volume that's stepping in. You won't get a back test if the market is super confident and there's no selling. You know what I mean? Look, this here was a clean breakout. Look at that. Where was the back test? There was none. It just went up out of that line. It just, there was no doubt in the market's mind at that time of this trend.
I think I
This
think
was
that's what he was
very
looking
clean.
at.
Yeah.
I was watching
So that
somebody
trend
go
line
over it.
breakout. Yeah. And what a move to get in on. Like if you can identify when the market is escaping a trend like this, you can get in on that with confidence. And look at that, was a really rewarding trend to get in on. That's incredible. So yeah, paying attention to trend lines is very helpful. Like that's,
Yeah.
if
I
you want
mean,
to
for me,
track something,
it's
track
really
trend
helpful.
lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you
Sometimes
break
it's not so like,
one trend line,
hmm,
it takes some time to draw another trend line because
yeah, you need a
you
lot of
don't know.
information.
Yeah, you need a lot of
Mm-hmm.
information in order to draw the
Mm-hmm.
perfect trend line.
Yep. See, this is macro. You've only
Yeah.
got 2 points to go off here with the line that I'm suggesting here. Like that's,
Yeah.
whereas on the bottom side you had one, like arguably two, three, four, and then it lost it here. And then look at the
Yeah.
rejections. See the rejections off that line?
Yeah.
Like there was a very significant, clean, obvious rejection
Yeah.
off that line, because that line
Exactly.
definitely lived there. And then look at this. If I jump down to the 15-minute, look at the way it used it twice as support. Like not to the perfect pixel precision, but you had a lot of, you built some confidence in that zone at least.
Exactly.
So the market still recognizes that line, I think. And look at this downswing. Like that almost came into contact with that line again. Like it's just that same line. The thing about
Yeah.
XRP right now is that this is a falling structure, and you know, if you just break down market flow to its simple form, which is up and down, right?
Yeah,
A down structure is usually followed by an up structure or
uptrend.
like some
Yeah,
relief. Yeah. Just like an up
exactly.
structure is followed by a down. Like,
Yeah,
you know, we just spent a month and a half or whatever going up on Bitcoin. So it's natural to cool off and break structure and come down again, you know. The
exactly.
thing that we speculate over most is not the fact that we're due to come down, but the severity of the down. Like, how far do we have to come down? And that's where Fibonacci comes into play. Like, that's where the theory on the fib
Yeah,
levels, like, oh yeah, we're going to hit the 0.5 or the 618, you know, people target these levels and think that there's like a super science to it. But yeah,
yeah, that's true.
I do like fibs. Like,
There was
sometimes it's
one.
like, oh
Was there
yeah,
one
look at
right at
that reaction.
100K?
What's that?
When you pulled a fib, was there one at 100K?
Possibly. Let me get like a really fresh chart, like a naked chart. I'll go USD Bitstamp or something. Yeah, this is clean. This is like nothing's on it. Let me just pick out where 100K is. Like there. Let's change the color and whatnot. And get it really locked in at the right level.
Have you ever
All
had
right.
a?
So
Do you have any chocolate in America? Just want.
do I have chocolate in America? Oh,
Did
did
you
I
have
try it?
chocolate in them? Mm-hmm.
Um, this is like 2001. This is 24 years ago that I was there, so I can't really I can't recall what it was
Well, I
like
feel like
when I tried it.
our
I remember the
dairy. We were
Coke.
sure
I remember
the Coke.
Coca-Cola being really different. Yeah, Coke and Pepsi taste
Oh,
way
really?
different in the US than in Australia,
Mhm.
and that's because I think you guys use high fructose corn syrup instead of sugar, instead of
Oh, you
sugar
guys don't
cane
use.
sugar. Yeah,
I
we use
see.
sugar. Yeah, we use real
That's like
sugar.
Mexican
You
Coke.
guys use Yeah, you guys use fake sugar or like, you know, processed
High
sweeteners and things,
Yeah,
which
high
taste
fructose.
different.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't. Yeah, Mexican Coke uses pure cane sugar, and it's like more
Oh
expensive, and you
yeah.
can buy that here now.
Yeah.
Um, we
Tastes
our
different.
dairy is just, like it's not as good as Ireland and Australia, and so our chocolate is crap. Like, well, I mean, our
Mm,
basic chocolate. Like, I always thought Cadbury was really crappy. And when I went to Ireland and I stayed like in a hostel one night, people are so friendly there. Australia is really friendly too. And this old
mhm.
lady and this like 30-year-old dude were like talking away to each other and going on about Cadbury chocolate and how good it was. And I was like, what? And I thought they were crazy. And then they gave me some, and it was delicious. It was fantastic. And then, but if you
Mm.
come have Cadbury chocolate in the U.S., it's completely different.
Oh, it's way different. Yeah. It's really like
So,
it's the benchmark in Australia. Like, I measure everything against Cadbury dairy milk chocolate. Like, we
Where
get
our
Hershey's here and it's gross. Like, imported from the US, and it's not that great.
That's what our
It tastes
Cadbury is like. The Cadbury in the
ah,
U.S. is like Hershey's in the U.S.
you know what it tastes like? It tastes like the chocolate you would get out of a kid's advent calendar for Christmas. You know, like those advent calendars with the chocolates on every day of the week,
It tastes
leading up to
exactly like
Christmas.
that. Yeah,
Like,
it
just
tastes
yeah, like
exactly.
just poor quality, like low quality chocolate, cheap
And it's
chocolate. Yeah,
super low
yeah,
quality. I hate Hershey's.
yeah.
Hershey's is crap. And yeah, Cadbury here
Mm,
is the same. But
yeah.
Cadbury in Ireland and Australia is probably the same because like Australian dairy was like it would taste the same as Ireland dairy. Um,
Hmm.
and their Cadbury in Australia was delicious. It was like American gourmet chocolate,
Yeah.
but
I know
don't
that the US has so much variety when it comes to products. Like, you guys have a lot of different, you know,
you would hate
sweets.
most of our chocolate.
And
Like, oh, most of our chocolate's really terrible unless you like buy the gourmet stuff or like imported.
yeah.
Belgium chocolates are very nice. They are
Oh
very
yeah.
there are different varieties, and from cheap to expensive, they are really good. Every single one of them, they taste really good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know why, but they are very good at that.
When I come to
Like
the US, I should bring like a couple of bottles of Coke and like a block of Cadbury chocolate with me to show guys this is what it's like.
People will be
It's what it's
amazed,
like
like,
in
oh my
Australia.
god, tastes like
Yeah.
gourmet chocolate. I've heard Fly and I forgot his name for a second. Qui-Gon go on about how much they love Cadbury together, like multiple times, and it always makes me laugh because I'm like, you're not talking about the same chocolate.
Yeah,
Like,
that's it.
like
It's different.
Fly is eating a way better chocolate, but I guess Qui-Gon loves Cadbury. He can throw stones. He's not.
Biohacker says, listening to this in the background, and it is brutal. Cadbury is the absolute baseline for chocolate, not good at all. And even Belgian chocolate is mostly rapeseed oil only chocolate anyone should eat.
Yeah. See, our Cadbury
Ah.
is crap. It's terrible in
Hmm.
America. It's absolutely awful. That's why when I heard Qui-Gon talking about it, I was like, why does he love that? It's so bad. It's so bad. But I've had it in Ireland and it was fantastic. It was like gourmet chocolate there and I couldn't believe it.
Belgian chocolate's also
And
Belgian beer. We live in Belgium. Every time we travel to the US, we bring chocolate gifts for everybody. Always very much appreciated. Yeah, nice. The real deal. I was drinking a Belgian. I think it was Belgian. Hang on a second.
they have good beer too.
Is it Belgian? Oh no, this is Denmark.
What are they?
Carlsberg beer from Denmark.
We also have some bad beer in America. Coors Light.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some bad stuff here. We got good and bad. It was funny. I came across this chocolate bar called the Inflation Bar from this shop that sells like imported confectionery, like so candy from other countries, basically.
That's
It's called
funny.
Tom's Confectionery Warehouse. It's like near the airport, and I'll show you. This is it here.
You can't eat chocolate from abroad. Oh, you only eat Belgian
Yeah,
chocolate
this.
sample? And
Oh,
Sample
let
said
me
I'm from
show.
Belgium. He can't eat chocolate abroad. Wow, that one
Yeah,
Lucky Charms bucket is so
it's
green.
crazy. Look at all the
What
different
is this?
monsters and things. Cereal, Dutch chocolate, Tom Sweet cereal, Hershey's, Reese's. Yeah, look, you can shop by country. So there's the South African stuff. I wonder if there's a US, United States, New Zealand products, British.
Sample said Swiss and German chocolate are okay. Quotation mark. That's funny.
Cadbury.
Bourneville
Man,
actually he was
if he
I
ate
don't
some
remember what it
American
was.
chocolate, he'd probably like want to throw up.
I wonder if they've got a search bar. If I search for inflation, I wonder if they've got it. Yeah, here it is. Look. The inflation bar was $3.99, now $5.99. It's a chocolate bar for inflation.
It's like a really big one. Is it big too? 180 grams? That big?
180 grams? Yeah, I don't know what that is in like ounces or whatever. Hey Alexa. Not that I have Alexa.
Hey
180
Alexa,
G in Oz.
How many ounces is 180 grams?
Like 6.5, 6.3.
You were right.
Hey, because I googled it.
Alexa, I have Alexa. She told me. One time, Drew and Woony were trying to mess with everyone's Alexa. I was getting annoyed because they kept setting my Alexa up, and Dbloc was like, "You guys, quit fucking with people's Alexa." Oh shoot, it said the F bomb. Quit messing with people's Alexa. And I was like, "Yeah,
Yeah,
dude."
that's American, right? Twizzlers, Milk Duds,
I don't know. I mean, it
Reese's,
seems pretty American.
Kisses, Hershey's Kisses, and
Oh god, I hate those. I mean,
Whoppers.
when I was a kid, I loved Whoppers. When I was little. Do you guys have malts in Australia? Do you drink? They're like
Uh,
milkshakes, but with malt in it.
no, we don't have that.
Kind of
Not
old
that I've
fashioned.
seen. Hmm.
Maybe American old fashioned.
Maybe if I go back to like the categories. This is like a categories thing. Taylor Swift's favorite candy. Oh my God.
What
The
candy is it?
Takis. Yeah, I'm not
Ta-
sure. Let's see.
I do not like
Drumstick
Takis.
squashies. She likes squashies. Something.
I've never had that. Since I've been an adult, I don't really like candy
Yeah,
that
I'm not a sweet.
is
I'm
much.
not a. Yeah, I'm not much.
I
I
mean, I
like
like
chocolate.
ice cream. I
Mm-hmm.
like good chocolate. I like ice cream. Pop Tart. What is
Yeah, they
this
got
website?
a Pop Tart segment.
I
Oh,
don't like
those
Pop
things are cool.
Tarts.
From Japan.
Oh, Pockies. I loved those when I was a little kid. My
Oh,
sister and I
$1 million bar.
I used to get those as like a present. Is this a US website?
No, this is in Australia. They're just
I
they're
don't.
a they're kind of like a company that imports from other countries. Imports all of their stuff. Mr. Beast chocolate. Ugh. I think I tried that once and it was really underwhelming. Like it was not good.
I would import so you can buy a bunch of crappy American candy
Yeah.
for the novelty
The
of
hell
it.
is that? Yeah,
Is that a
pretty
rabbit?
much. Yeah, I think
Like
it's
a
a
rabbit.
rabbit. Easter milk chocolate bunny.
Monsterosa Deliciosa fruit. I don't know what that is. Sounds like something from like the wild.
Where's the
God, what is it?
where's the
What?
drinks? Surely they got
Monsterosa. Never heard of that.
Pickle Ricks, Rick and Morty pickles.
Have you ever heard of Monstera Deliciosa fruit?
Nope. These Arizona. Do you guys
That
have
brought
them?
us
I'm
down.
guessing you do.
Arizona.
An
Oh
A
yeah,
and
Arizona tea.
yeah, A&W root beer. Dr. Pepper.
Monstera Deliciosa sounds like, and it makes me think of Mad Max.
Route 66 sodas. Hemp.
For
Piranha Energy can.
some reason, Route
I've
66 is really famous in America.
yeah,
We love our
famous
hemp.
highway.
Jones sodas are popular because they actually have
Ah,
cane
yeah.
sugar in them.
So they're like real.
Yeah, it's like in the novelty soda section in the grocery store. And they're more expensive. You buy like one bottle at a time. You can't, not a 6-pack.
Ah, look, a Dragon Ball Z Spirit Bomb energy drink. That's cool.
Never seen that. Nesquik.
Yeah, me
I
either.
feel like those have to be refrigerated.
A Toxic Rick from Rick and Morty.
So you can order a high fructose corn syrup drink soda on here.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I love those little
Oh
Asian
wow.
sodas with the marble. Big
Oh
cock.
yeah, a big cock drink, energy drink.
I
Jarritos.
used to
I've heard
really
of
like
them.
Orangina, but I never see it in the US anymore. Did you guys have Orangina? It's like an
Oh,
an orange Italian soda.
ah, okay. No, I can't say I have.
You guys don't have Dorito? I don't know how you
Yeah,
Warritos?
I Jarritos. Like if you're saying jalapeno.
Anything WW
What
right
the
now?
hell is that? Some dude on it.
That looks like
Open that. What the hell? It's got someone's signature on it. Half and half.
with racing? I don't know what that is.
Not sure. Some old sports star or something.
Oh, anything worth watching right now? I don't know, man. Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna keep stair stepping down. I've took us down a path from yogurt to chocolate to
Yeah, I got
to soda.
sidetracked.
Belgium has
Nothing.
Orangina.
There's
They
nothing
got the
really
good stuff.
dramatic in the top 8. I bet you there'd be something like popping off, like some altcoins doing something crazy. If I go to my watch list, what's something that's
And I
pulling
feel
in
more
like
awake suddenly.
performance?
It's 2:30 in the morning.
RVN is up 53% right now. Whatever. Look at that spike. Out of nowhere. That happened in a matter of minutes.
Minutes, yeah.
That's a 43% 1 minute candle.
Oh, yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Wow.
The
What the hell
party's
is
already
that?
over. You can see it pumped and it's just correcting out. I don't know. RVN. That happens a lot with like just random coins. They'll just all of a sudden, bam, just pumps out of into the middle of nowhere.
Those San Pellegrinos are delicious.
Oh yeah, San Pellegrino. That's Italian, right?
No-
Like sparkling water or mineral water or whatever.
Yeah, and they also make it's more like a soda, like maybe a
Mhm.
little less sugar. They're
Like a
delicious
flavored
though.
one.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Regina is French and it's French. And it still exists. Anyone taking any trades today? Are you taking trades?
No, I'm just in positions though. Like I'm just waiting for the markets. But I'm yeah. My involvement in crypto is quite boring. It's not exciting to report on what I'm doing.
Usually making money is boring,
Yeah,
but
like if you're a long-term kind of swing trader, yeah.
I'd rather be bored and making money than excited and losing it.
I've got clips from like 2022 when I had a Bitcoin position. Like that's fun to watch. Where is it? Crypto trades. Finally,
When is the last time you longed?
um, probably like 2 weeks ago, something like that. But yeah, look at this.
Oh, you used
This
the
is a
Bollinger Bands?
position. This was like, oh, when was this? I need like the date on it. Um, Yeah, it doesn't have the date, but you can see the price. It's back when Bitcoin was $23,500.
What is the
So I was in at 23,635. The value of the trade was like 6.5 grand. I wish I still had that position because it was coming up.
at what leverage was it?
Only 2x. So I had like 3 grand into it, 3.5, well, 3.25. So
I
the
mean, that
value
would be
was
doing
six
well
and a.
now.
Yeah, I know,
I don't know
right?
what the
A trade with a value of like it's kind of evil. All the sixes, $6,665 at an entry of 23,635. Let's calculate what that would be today, like the value of
you
that.
were. Oh yeah, I am. That's
Um,
fun. Although I
yeah.
wonder what the funding, the fees
Oh
would be.
yeah. Well, it was only 2x, so the funding wouldn't have been too severe. I think I could have
Li-
handled
Li-
it with the growth.
Lily's a hard hitter. She's always getting the good grade.
Nice.
I'm assuming Lily's a she. I don't know.
So this one entry 23,635, yeah. So you go 23,635 like that, give or take. And then what's today's price? Let's just go here. Like that's today's price. It'd be up 211%.
Oh my God.
Now, what is the other information on the trade? So it's 2x leverage. So you just take the value of the trade, $6,665. Where's my
But
calculator?
yeah,
$6,665.26, and then you go plus 211%.
I
Yeah,
bet
it's
Lily's
about
smoking all
14,000.
the dudes in this chat. Sorry.
Yeah, so if I had held that position still, it'd be up 14 grand. But I'm pretty sure I let that one go. Like I sold it.
That's okay. I mean, the
It
fees would
happens,
have
yeah.
aided into that.
I had some trades on high leverage that I probably wouldn't have been able to keep open because of the size of the leverage and everything. Like it would have been eaten alive by fees, basically. That's what I'm saying. Like, so this one, do it again. This one was like let's just say $3,850, right? 3,850. But look, the entry was $14 Solana, $14.83
Whoa.
Solana.
When did you close that?
Yeah. Oh, not long
Mm,
after I opened it. So that was a long time ago. That was like
I have not
2023
looked
or
back at the
something.
soul chart like that. It just like went straight up in that green can.
Yeah. So if I find a soul chart, I'll be able to figure out where that would have been, like the hypothetical of it. Go onto the
That one
weekly.
might have been worth holding.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be impressive to see the number on that. So Sol, it was a 20x leverage, only using $195 margin, so it gave the value of 3867. So 3867. We'll mark that on the chart, wherever the hell that is. Coordinates $38.67. Oh wait, hang on a minute. Price 1483 is where I got in.
Oh, ETH big red candle. Oh.
Yeah, I got down fairly. That's near the bottom. Damn, should have kept it.
BTC is coming down pretty fast.
If I held that
Elevated
up to the
down.
high, oh, is it? Dang.
And so somebody
So
said, but yeah, it is.
I'm gonna round that off. Let's say 1,850%, even though like at the very peak it got higher. But So the value of that trade was $3,867. Wait a minute. 3,867 plus 1,870%. That's $72,000 profit. That position would have been if I left it open. Damn.
Yeah, you could have
Damn it.
just left it open to
Yeah.
like you probably just like a couple months and you would have been like
Yeah, I
crazy
mean,
up.
yeah, if I had started it right before takeoff, like over here, and then taken profit here or like over here, I would have been able to, yeah, endure the fees, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
But shoulda,
I
coulda, woulda, right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
oh yeah, you're supposed to do push-ups now?
Yeah, I've done enough of them in my life.
Fair enough.
But yeah, look, talking about trendline rejection, look at that one. That had something going up. And then when it broke down, it tried to regain entry and it got rejected.
People have gotten bearish over
Trend.
someone. I've heard people like, I think Soul's run is over. I don't know if everyone's just saying that because of Ben Cohen. Like I think Ben Cohen
Yeah,
posts something and then you hear like echoes of it repeated. You're like, I think you were watching Ben Cohen.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I
He
do
has a
like
lot
him.
of, he has a lot, he does actually influence a lot.
But
Look
yeah,
at
I feel like he
Dbloc's, see Dbloc's bull flag Bitcoin dominance chart. It's breaking out big time right now. That bull
uh-oh.
flag is like, yeah.
It's time to short Lily. She's like the expert. I noticed like she's like the expert shorter.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she's always like throwing out good calls in the chat.
Nice.
Smoking all these dudes.
Showing them how it's done.
That's right. Yeah. How far are we gonna go? How does the cloud work?
The Ichimoku cloud, the Japanese
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. I was called the cloud.
Yeah, it's
Japanese. Is there another cloud?
it.
Probably. I bet.
Maybe, but the big famous one, yeah, Ishimoku. It's kind of like if you're above the cloud, you're bullish. If you're below it, you're bearish. And the cloud is out in
Wait, is
front of the price, so it kind of forecasts what's going on. So if the cloud is red, the forecast is bad, like downside. Whereas if the cloud is green, up and in front, it's trying to forecast that there's upside potential. That's pretty much the basics.
okay. I've seen like I've
Mm.
watched people do TA online and seen like a big red cloud above and then like being positive and it would confuse me. I was like, what? Like, is this opposite?
Yeah. Depending, yeah, I mean it depends if it depends on the twist, like and the time frame too. Like look at the 1 minute. Look at that. You completely lost the cloud. You came through it. That's a terrible sign. If you not only punch down through the cloud but get rejected by it, that's a very strong like short signal, I think. Not
Is
only
the
that, look at
cloud
you lost the EMA
is,
as well.
is it based on like the order book?
No, it's based on like the prices. It's kind of like a moving average. It's a very fancy moving average system, basically. So
Fancy.
it draws its data from the cloud, from the price, the previous prices. It's an algorithm. Like there's some kind of algorithm that figures out each of these lines. Let me find you if you're interested in learning about it.
I've been wanting to
It
use the
would be
cloud,
like a
and somehow maybe I just never got around to watching a video about the cloud.
it's pretty complicated. Like, I mean, it's not too complicated. It's like it's definitely learnable, but if you want to read about it, there's an Investopedia article all about it in
I
general chat that I'll put in.
I like
That'll
Investopedia.
teach you.
I know
Yeah,
it's kind of
it's good.
funny how people like pay all this money for courses and then like everything is on Investopedia. The cloud. Yeah,
Yeah.
like this one dude I used to watch, I was always looking at the cloud and there'll be this big red cloud above. And he's like, things are looking, I feel like he'd be like, things are looking really good. And I was like, but the cloud is red.
Maybe he was seeing like a TK cross, which is these other lines, like when that crosses up, like over here. See how it crossed up? The blue line got above the pink line. That kind of
Hmm.
suggests like a bit of a swing happening, like some potential upside. But yeah, that is a hint, and also a Kumo twist, which is when the cloud changes color like that. See how the cloud twisted and then changed color?
Seems quite bearish.
Yeah. So when it twists to the red, that means like there's some trouble ahead, basically.
How often do you use the
And the
cloud?
oh, every now and then I'll check it out. It's cool for scalping. You can even do it on the 1 second. Like, check this out. If you get
You
something more
scalp?
volatile than Bitcoin, I've done it before. Not very good at it, but yeah, sometimes. Look, whoop, see how it's trying to twist green again?
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Look at
based
that.
on what just happened. Yeah, look, boom,
The
It's on
on
one
the one
second.
second chart. Yeah, on the 1 second.
And
one
what's it
second
saying
getting
on 15
bullish.
minutes?
And look at it sitting at the average, the 200 EMA, the 200 1
Master,
second EMA chart.
Master Rick.
Oh, mate, what's happening?
G'day, mate. Good evening.
G'day.
Fly. Where
Good
has
evening.
Fly
Evening.
been?
Hey, Kelly.
Quarter to 9 p.m.
Yeah,
Oh, look at that Ishimoku cloud breakout right there on Bitcoin
bloody oath.
on the 1 second chart.
He's teaching us about the cloud.
Yeah, I'm showing that like when you get a Kumo twist, it tries to forecast. It's like a weather channel. Like it tries to forecast what's coming. And it'll change its mind if it needs to. Like if it gets it wrong, it'll flip the switch and it'll go, it does course correct itself, but it never reprints. It doesn't reprint things. It leaves behind what it said, if that makes sense. Oh,
Whoa.
look at that.
It's
Boom.
about 1 second there.
I know. But hey, look.
I thought we were
from
broke. We went
from little things,
skyrocket.
big things from little things, big things grow, right?
Yeah. It
So
really surprised me
yeah,
all of a
it's
sudden. I said, oh
trying.
my God, it's then I goes, oh, it's
I
a one
think I
second.
can. But I want to show you a Kumo twist, like so that you can see how the cloud tries to tell you what's going to happen next,
Yeah.
So it's still green. It's still looking good. It's challenging the local high. Or a little bit of a pullback, bit of resistance. The cloud's getting fat and price is about to run into the cloud. Oh, there's another leg up. Come on. See how it almost twisted there?
Yeah.
It got real thin. Yeah. That
What's
was
it look
because
like
of
on the 1
that.
minute?
That dip. Oh, totally different. It'd be very ugly on the 1 minute. I'll show you very quickly. That's the 1 minute. We're still trying to recover. We're under a very fat red cloud right here. Yeah, back to the 1 second. Oh, let's see how we're Kumo twisting now. That can be
Yes.
your signal to close your long. Like if you burst through the cloud here, you can close it when it runs into the cloud. That can be your trade right there. Your long.
I'm gonna
Just
turn the
as
cloud on.
just as your short can be when price gets back through the cloud like here, and then you basically ride the wave down. Look, this is gonna twist back up. Look, so see how it keeps it red here, but oh, Kumo twist. Look, see, future's good for now.
Do the twist.
Yeah, it'll twist down if it needs to. Like if price falls, this will turn red. Which is
Are you a
yeah.
fan of the cloud fly?
Sorry, Kelly.
Are you a fan of the cloud?
I am now. I love this voodoo.
Yeah, it's cool. It's magic, man. Trading view magic right in front of us.
One second
Oh,
cloud
look,
TI.
it's about to run into the cloud. Oh, red. Well, it's gonna have to Kumo twist back to the green because it popped up. Look, it's all the way over here now, the cloud. It's
How
tricky with
bearish are you,
Bitcoin
fly?
because Bitcoin flatlines like this. See?
Only on the 1 second, or just like in general?
On the 1 second. Yeah.
Ah,
How are you bullish or bearish, Fly? Overall. He's
oh,
neither.
he's good.
No
Thank you for
comment.
the cloud. No comment. Thank you for the cloud tutorial. You know, the 1 second is kind
Oh,
of
it's
good
very
for
basic.
for learning.
Mm. You know what's kind of cool? Just the EMA. You can trade off just based off a moving average. Look, if you, as a rule, go long when price freshly breaks through the EMA, that puts you in a potential trade, right? Potential long.
Which which
And then
EMAs do you have?
it's just a 200 EMA in this context. And then look, when price falls through it, you go short. So you would capture that. The problem of doing that is that when you're running sideways, you get so many signals like to go in and out, in and out. So you'd be constantly like adjusting and then waiting for the final like proper break. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
that's the weakness of using a moving
it's quite
average.
lagging. I've like looked back on the daily. I don't what almost any like moving average crosses that you check. If you go on the daily, I mean, it gets you in on like a Bitcoin short at like 101. I mean, maybe not almost any, but like a lot of the crossovers. It gets you in on like 101K short in January that that you would ride down to like, I mean, at least like 15K.
Yeah. You can so the Ishimoku, I remember on I think it was the weekly, it was such a big deal to see when Bitcoin broke out of the cloud for the first time since like the beginning of the bear market, like because we lost cloud support and then broke down through it. So that was like a really devastating part of the bear market, right? And then
Oh no, no
we
cloud
found
support.
support and then came up. We had to travel through the cloud for like a fair amount of time, but that week right there, where we finally got through it, was like such a big deal. Getting through that,
Was
that would
anything
have.
as accurate as the cloud indicator?
What's that?
Was anything as accurate as the cloud indicator at
Yeah, I'm
that
sure
point?
there's other things. Yeah, or like to
I
tell you
guess.
that the market was on. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
probably. Like the Golden Cross, though it was a little late, it wasn't as early as the Ishimoku cloud. The Ishimoku cloud gave you a green light, at least on the weekly, on the 16th of October 2023, like for the big breakout that was about to happen. Whereas the Golden Cross didn't happen until January 2024. Like, that's when we got our big weekly Golden Cross. And we were already at like, almost 50K at that point.
Mm. What about on the daily?
Yeah, you get a bit more, you can dial in a bit more sensitive to the price on the daily, but you get a lot of in and outs as well.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit delayed. Like, look, market was doing really well back here, but if you were waiting for a golden cross on the daily, you would have had to wait until all the way over here just to get in. And then by then it was already correcting, pulling back. So it's a bit, yeah,
I guess if you wait
it's
for a
more of
golden
a,
cross on the watch for a golden cross on the daily, wait for the pullback, and then get in,
yeah,
you can get huge,
or
huge gains.
or take signals off a smaller time frame, like the 4 hour. That's another way to do it, because it's a bit more
The
sensitive
Golden
to
Cross
the.
is super
Yeah,
laggy,
it is. It lags. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
it does seem very laggy.
but it's
yeah,
what institutions look at. So it's sort of more of a sentiment thing than a momentum thing.
yeah, it's like a market health, like trend health indicator. Like, how's the health going of our bull run? On the daily. Well, look at that. We just got a golden cross not long ago, like last week. And it's, yes, it's pulling back, but we're still suggesting, another breakout
Oh, that's
for.
true. That is very bullish. Yeah, because after a
Yeah.
golden cross,
I
I
mean,
mean, there's a dip and then
look what happened
rockets.
look what happened the last time we golden crossed right here. Got this big. That was the election, the US presidential election. That breakout
Sin
there
game,
when Trump won,
Sin Games
the
is
market
also
launched.
saying 90 something K. How bearish are you, Fly?
I'm actually sort of on the fence, but slightly bearish. I think more consolidating and pulling back a bit. But I actually don't know. Like I had a sort of an idea of maybe just playing the game a little bit, but I'm not confident either way. I do think we are. Yeah, the sentiment is to consolidate with a bit of bearishness.
We were very curious if you were bullish or bearish.
I'm never bullish around mid-June. It's around my
Yeah.
birthday. And that's a good time to sell, and
Ah.
then you want to wait until Dbloc's birthday. The pumps.
He's a
Selling
Scorpio
May
like me.
going.
I've never been on my birthday sitting at the table going, wow, everything was great. It's always just got a bit worse in the crypto market. So,
Yeah. I really like
Yeah.
Q4 for like a pump, like November-ish, November, December.
I
yeah,
really wish I had sold when Qui-Gon got super bearish. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I just say, I mean, I'm like a lot of people. I've got a lot of 2021 PTSD. So,
Oh yeah, man, it was a brutal bear market.
and then I gave up in, I think, around May, and then had another look in December, and I think I FOMO'd into the top of Solana because I was like, oh, I knew this one was
Okay.
going to go.
Uh,
And then everyone told me Ethereum's coming down for the rest of the 2022, and I didn't believe them, and I just kept buying VRA and just kept
Mm.
DCAing into the pits until I learnt TA and started listening to people.
I keep
TA,
hearing
it's all right. TA's okay. It's not. It doesn't take you the whole way there, though. It can only take you so far, and then some of it comes down to news events or volumes, like
Yeah,
just coming in, and yeah,
but because crypto is 95% speculative, TA works a lot better on crypto than other markets. So, and we used to just like draw funny patterns on the chart saying like, oh, it's a dump truck and it's dumping, and just take the the Mickey out of it. But
yeah,
like, I was, but once you learn, I don't have too much trouble looking at EMAs and RSIs and lick levels.
yeah.
I should be a little bit smarter on sell walls. My last trade, I didn't believe in the sell wall, didn't see it. But TA is definitely up there in crypto.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Nice.
you'll be back.
And then the whole vector thing makes 100% sense. Like it makes complete sense. The problem with the vector stuff is if you start Googling it and YouTubing it, you just end up on like paid sites and conspiratorial things. Like a lot of people don't seem to explain it as simple as it really is.
Seems to work.
It's
Yeah,
yeah,
it always at least work for me on the way up, on the way down. If you see those vector candles, that means you have to go back to pay them.
yeah, they're counter trading, and it
Yeah,
unveils it, and that's only been around for 5 years or so. So that these tools,
yeah,
and you go back 15 years ago, people were still trading in big trading rooms and stuff, and now we've got more technology than they ever had in our bedroom.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you need to have an understanding of global markets and
Yeah,
sentiment, and then look for TA opportunities. Yeah. And some people say TA is astrology for men, but no, TA makes sense.
yeah, obviously.
Is Mexican food good in Australia? Like you guys are so far away.
It's great, but I think it's overpriced because it's not. I don't know, because it's kind of fun to make at home, and then you go out and get it, and it's like I could kind of do this. I'm not oversimplifying it, but I don't know. I feel
Um,
like it's
you know, it's Mexican food's really expensive in the United States too. I
because
don't know
it's
what. It's
yeah.
pricey.
You get a like a pressure cooker and put some beans in there and cook up some meat and cut up some veggies and cheese and sour cream and put it on your favorite corn wrap or whatever. And it's a lot of fun to make, So, but it's a bit
We were
messy.
talking before you came in. We were talking about American food versus American products versus Australian. And how
Mm.
terrible our chocolate is.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I went to Switzerland thinking that they were going to have amazing chocolate. Maybe that's Sweden. Maybe I was in the wrong country. I don't know.
You got really good chocolate in Australia, so your standards probably are not low.
I didn't realize how good we've got it until I traveled, because like even wines and stuff through Europe, there was like Rhine Valley in Germany, obviously France, and a couple of places that are good, but the standards were quite low. And I guess you just take for granted what you got. But where I am, we've got a lot of agriculture, so a lot of good bacon and a lot of good beef and a lot of good produce. So kind of spoilt, take it for granted, I
Our
guess.
our Cadbury in the United States is terrible, and I always thought
Mhm.
it was like really bad chocolate. And then I went to Ireland, and this older lady and this young dude in a hostel were like going on about how they love Cadbury, and I was like, what?
Well, yeah, because I grew up with
And
it,
then-
so I just thought that was the standard. And then I thought, European chocolate was better, so we used to get a lot of Lindt chocolate and Milka, and I
Well,
was
no,
never a
no,
big fan.
it's just really low quality here. And then they gave me a bar, and it was like American gourmet chocolate.
Yeah,
Like Cadbury in Australia and Ireland is like the quality of like a $10 bar of chocolate in the
because I
US.
think Cadbury's actually is British, but yeah, there's like 30 or 40 different flavors of Cadbury chocolate here. And then I like I said, I always found the only one I found that was really delicious was like I was in Austria and I got cookies and cream Milka, and it was this huge bar. It was like a kilo. I mean, like a 2 pounds of, and it was like maybe $1.50 US or something, and it was like ridiculously delicious. I'm like, okay, but yeah, Cadbury's is. I just because like I grew up with it, I thought that was like the basics. It's
Well, what you
pretty good.
guys have there is it's very good. And but if you came here, you would not like it compared to what you've got.
Yeah, our dairy is pretty good. I didn't realize how fussy people are, like especially like coffee. And I'll go to Italy and look for good coffee, and I'm like, what? Come on. Uh, so
You couldn't find
uh,
good coffee in Italy?
I did find a good coffee, but there was nothing outstanding. I don't know. I just, like I said, I expect to go to these places, these magical places of the land where they come from, and just feel like I'm going to be blown away. The gelati, it was great in Florence. That was the original gelato shop.
I
That was
love
pretty
gelato.
cool.
Coming
Mm.
from the US, it was it's not too hard to get blown away.
But you guys have got good fried chicken. You guys have got big burgers.
Yeah, we got a couple things. We do. I guess the South has really good fried chicken.
The thing is Australia's adopted everybody's culture. So you'll go to like a food district and it's got every culture. Where I guess in the US, like you'll go to the state where that came from and that's all they serve or something. Maybe I'm wrong, but like we kind of just stole everyone's stuff and then claimed it as ours, I guess.
We did too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could go there, but
No question. No question. But yeah. So what do you think about? So I keep hearing 92.5K, 92.8, 95 to 98.
yeah, I think we'll hit 101. That number's 10, just above 101 is definitely an area of interest. Whether it's going to break below 100 and start dipping, once it breaks 100, yeah, I'd expect it to probably come down at least to 95 ish. But that's just how I feel. I haven't done anything. I'm just like the world. There's not really anything to get too optimistic about at the moment, unfortunately. And I think
I think
Bitcoin's
that
going to hit.
you
I think Bitcoin's going to hit 200K. I think that this June and July and probably most of September, just like 2021, is probably going to be fairly choppy.
Rick, how low do you think we're gonna dip? Are you two in confluent?
I think he's stepped out. He's probably having a
Uh,
beer.
what time is it there?
Oh, I think he said it was 9:15 where he was. Half an hour out, I think,
What
from
is,
him.
what's your
I'm
time?
20 to 9 now.
God, it's getting late here. It's 3 in the morning for me.
He must be 9:10, I reckon now. He's probably going to bed. Rick works pretty hard, you know. He's probably working early.
In some parts of the US, a lot of people say I reckon. I think like the South.
Yeah. Erica. I'll change things I say depending on who I'm talking to sometimes. But I also don't know how Australian I sound until I travel overseas, and then I kind of just the contrast's quite drastic. So I am Aussie.
Dude, everyone in the United States is like super charmed with Australian and British accents.
Yeah, I like the
You
British
guys,
accents. They're pretty cool. It
oh,
is sometimes difficult to be charmed with some of the American accents. I mean, they're different. You get sometimes you'll be, you know, I think I was at one of the theme parks here, and there's a big loud American coming through. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, but it's not every American. It's like, oh, come on. This is endearing. But you know,
like
most
when
Australians
I
think
went,
Americans are all celebrities, so we kind of all just sort of either love or hate them, I guess. But most Australians kind of,
when I went into the mount in Australia, the Julian Mountains, the accent was so thick, I couldn't really understand them. I
where
went with a friend, and she
where
an Australian fan. The Jerulean, I say in the caves,
was
the
that in
Blue
Australia?
Mountain. Yeah,
Uh, it's probably East Coast, yeah.
near. She lived in Sydney,
Yeah. Yeah, so where
but
I'm from,
I
mm,
couldn't. Their accents were so thick up there in the mountains. So like it
I
reminded
know
me of people from the south.
because where I'm from, the accents are slightly more British. Uh, um, and then I used to watch Australian TV and just thought it was all. And then I travelled a bit more to the East Coast and got picked up by, you know, Ranger Stacey in this car in the car keys and the cork hat and g'day mate. It's like, whoa, you guys are yeah, real Aussies. I just thought you guys I didn't think this was real. So even I get kind of freaked out when I go to East Coast, sometimes a bit further north. I guess it's like our north is your south, so it's sort of going deep south, I guess.
My friend sounds a lot like you. Her grandparents are British, and like people always thought she was British here when she lived here.
Well, if I go
I
to
think
the
she's
East
done.
Coast, they think I'm British. They're like, because I'll say things like Anne, and they say Anne. I'm like, what Peel? I'm like, that's Keel. I'm like, oh, that's. So okay, oh right.
But
But my,
she could
mm,
understand everyone like up in the mountains where they were like it was like super thick.
oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Nah, we all get
She
each
didn't
other.
have.
Yeah, yep.
Where
But
I'm from, there's not many accents.
yeah, I mean, your accent is clearly American, but it's not like yeah, super dominant. I wish I was more ochre Australian, more real Aussie. But
You sound Australian,
yeah.
but if
See
I
there.
was bad, like before I like went to Australia and met Australians, like frequently thought they were British. I'd be like, are you British?
Yeah, sometimes
And when people,
I can end up just speaking very British, and then like it's all goes like that, and then it depends depends what mood I'm in. Sometimes I
but
start
you
getting
sound
into character.
very Australian,
Mm. Oh, that's good. Thanks.
especially the way you say good.
Good, good. Yep.
And you have like the inflection of like it's very similar to British, but like Australians have like different inflection. You
Yeah.
like more inflection.
My mother's British, so um, my father's parents were British, so um, I'm not like seventh generation Aussie from the farm, but I don't mind chasing kangaroos in the outback though. It's not too bad.
Little kangaroos.
They're the dumbest animals you've ever met. Quite stupid.
The big ones are scary looking. The
Well,
adults.
they're dangerous. They should, yeah. You don't want to get near one of the big roos. You don't. They have little wallabies, little tiny roos. Well, let's call them wallabies. They look like a kangaroo, but they're more the size of a chicken. And they put them in petting zoos for kids to pat. But
They're so cute.
yeah.
What are those small ones called? The quokkas. Are those like small kangaroos, or they're just a different animal altogether?
I'm not sure what that is, but the little kangaroos, as far as I understand, are called wallabies.
I tried
Oh,
checking it out. Quokka. It's Quokka. They're super small. They're
I know
cute
the
too.
quokkas. They only live on like some island in Australia. Like it's the only place you can find them. They're super endangered. They're tiny, like Yorkie, like 5-pound Yorkie sized or something. And they look like almost exactly like a kangaroo. They hop around on 2 feet.
Wait, let me post it on off topic so like our friend can. They're so cute.
They're so cute.
I've never even heard the
They-
word.
there's-
Yeah, I put it on off topic. Check the picture.
There's two words. There's like another name for them besides quokka. I can't. I've taken a deep dive on kangaroos and discovered the quokka.
So, I mean, it's like, yeah, I think most
I don't
of the
mind bees
Australian.
hopping around my house, but when I was in Australia, I went to I think it was like somewhere west, like I think Adelaide or the wine country area. Dude, the kangaroos are huge. I didn't expect them to be that big. You know,
Yeah,
when you
I'm
watch
from the
the
wine
food-
country, Adelaide. We have the Barossa, the McLaren Vale, Clare Valley, and Adelaide Hills. Some of the
Yeah.
most famous wines in the world. Yeah, spoilt for wine. Absolutely
I
spoiled.
got a red face every day. Breakfast, lunch,
Oh,
and dinner.
big bold Shirazes, man. Yeah, there was a period in my 20s where we used to take the car up there and just fly up there and grab cases of it and fly back.
Right, right. It's like they said wine is as cheap as beer. It's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of things are taxed here. Alcohol is highly taxed, but you can go buy bulk wine from
Oh,
massive
sorry.
barrels. You just
I forgot to mention. Like the last time I was in Australia, it was like what, more than a decade ago. So it's not the
yeah,
same
things are,
as right now.
but you can still do it though. You go up to the wineries and they'll have bulk wine, and you can just bring a big, whatever you want to fill, and just fill it up for probably a couple bucks a liter. And that stuff, some of it's drinkable. It's probably better than what you're getting off the shelf in some other countries. So there's an excess of it. Where I am, like 30% of the reds are grown here, sort of bottled here, and a lot of it wasn't bought by China for a while. So we ended up with a glut of it as well. We end up with a lot of wine.
I did not expect a full-grown bull, especially the male ones. I did not expect him to be that big.
Oh no, the big ones, because they're dangerous. That's why we don't have bull bars. We have roo bars. But if your car hits one of them at dawn and dusk, they come out and they run across. Like if you're driving out in the country, you can't really drive at dawn and dusk unless you got a roo bar. Because if you hit one, you'll be dead. They're so dumb. Yeah, they'll just sit in the middle of the road and stare at you, and you'll just hit them. And you can't. If you swerve, you're in trouble too. So you kind of just got to. But yeah, you don't want to hit one of those roos because they jump across the road quite a bit. If you're doing long interstate drives and stuff, yeah.
They're really
It's like
muscular.
hitting.
Bulls.
It's like deer. It's like hitting deer in America.
Yeah, it's not much different. The deer with springy legs.
Have you seen a full-grown moose?
No, I have not.
I have. They hang
are
out in my yard.
Huge. They're big as a tree. They're huge. I when you watch when you watch animals on TV, you don't expect things to be that big until you see it yourself.
I've been chased, kind of chased by one a couple times.
Really?
Yeah, they're terrifying. I think I was just in its way. I was like really. They don't typically chase. Well, they like will chase you off. But I mean, they're all over the. They'll fall asleep in like your front yard in Alaska. And I was like, there's this little lake by my house. It's kind of a wooded area, and I take my dogs there. And in the fall, there was one, and like I look over and I see it like 50 feet away, and it just took off running towards me. It was like it might have been the scariest moment of my life. Like I was just running for it, and I mean, it
That
caught up. You know, like they're so
did it ca-
fast.
did it cat like did it catch up to you?
Yeah, if I didn't get out of the way, it would have trampled over me.
Ooh.
Like it was coming like after like 15 seconds or something. My life like flashed before my eyes. I saw it was like gonna catch up to me, and I like just like jumped out of the way. And you're supposed to like get on the other side of a tree because like they can't pivot quickly.
Yeah.
And there was only really skinny trees, and I was just like standing there on the other side of the tree because I thought it was like chasing me down because I wasn't thinking straight. I was like, what the hell is happening? Because they don't like usually do that. What like they bluff charge and then they try to run you off, and then they like back off. But this
Yeah.
thing was like, I mean, they don't run for 50 feet at you. Like it was bizarre. And so I was just standing there, like I jumped out of the way, standing there with this skinny little tree, like, oh my god, this
Oh,
fucking
that's how you do it
shoe.
in my uncle's farm.
But it just
You
like
invite the
ran
cows.
past me and kept going. And so I realized it was just like running off, and I guess I was in its path. But if I didn't get out of the way, that thing would have ran over me.
That's the
The
best thing.
giant.
Like in uncle's farm, if the female cows are in heat and the bulls are around, don't run away. Just like find a tree and just like put the tree in between you and the cow.
You talking about
Because
moose?
huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, like when
Cows,
you
like
grow up in
big bulls,
Alaska.
especially
Oh, actually, oh, cows. Okay, sorry.
even cows and move like both. You just put a tree in between you because if you run away, it'll catch you.
I've
Yeah, I
never
don't think
really been
kangaroos
around
chase you.
cats.
They'll front you up if you sort of face them off, and they'll
Really?
just yeah, like if they'll get up on their legs and try and box you a bit. But I don't think they're the kind of animal to chase you too much. But
They could.
we don't have a lot of big animals. I mean, America's got bears and stuff. Like, I come across a bear, I'm going to be worried.
Bears are scary. There's like 5,000 bears in my city.
Yeah, come
No
on,
way.
it's crazy.
They eat our trash.
Oh no.
They had on the
Yeah, I
news
mean, well,
today. They had on the news today. There's a cockatoo, like this bird. They've in Sydney. They've all worked out how to use water bubbler fountains so they can turn the tap on and take a drink, and then it springs back and closes. So they've been catching them drinking from the fountains.
that's crazy.
Yeah, yeah,
I didn't know cockatoos were that smart.
apparently.
I'm laughing because like someone in chat is like, "Can you please remove those people and zoom a little on the chart?"
Yep.
I
They
was
don't
like,
want to hear
"No, we
about the
need them.
animals.
Need them."
I mean, the chart's moving really
Yeah,
slowly.
I'm putting
Oh,
$5 on Trump's lips. Falls exactly at that price. Where he's doing like on his lips right there.
I think any TA is as good as any at the moment. Who knows? Where's it
oh,
going?
he's talking about those people. I thought he was talking about us because we were like
Yeah,
talking about random.
I figured that out. It was just a bit quicker than you, Kelly, but not much.
He's talking about That's I get it now.
Yeah, I, really any
In the
TAs.
middle of it says insert news story here, and Dbloc got bored because it was like moving down so slowly, and He wrote insert news story here and started putting all those people in there.
I think everyone's officially sick of the news.
Ah, bro, I'm so sick of this chart. I'm sick of the price action, man. It's red,
I got
green,
sick
red.
of the news like 4 years ago.
Mm.
When Trump got inaugurated, and I saw how like the news was just not your typical, not the typical news you would expect to move the markets. I just gave up on the news. Started doing trends. That was rough.
Yeah, we had a fair idea it wasn't going to dip below 70. That was a good horizontal sort of
Oh
area
yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah. We all agreed. That was really good
I,
for all of us.
I
Like the entire group was on point.
yeah, it was 76 200, and it hit that and bounced. And it, I mean, I'm pretty simple. If I can find a good horizontal support and leverage off it, it's, if I start getting confident, it's not going to dip below it. It's where I
Yeah.
like to be.
Yeah. Do you know that? Do you know that if James Wynn didn't enter our lives this past week, we would be at our target by now. I was actually hoping for 100K like Monday or Tuesday, but we
Maybe.
ended up like having to entertain this guy, having to bring candles where we didn't need to bring them. Oh, really
Yeah,
nice.
all-time highs are just it's a tricky place. I mean,
Yeah, he
people have
got
been.
smudged for 23 yesterday. Poor guy.
I was in the trading floor and we were looking for false moves of around like a $10. That must be the false move. Bitcoin's like, oh my gosh! And then it came down by about $500 after 24 hours. It's like, yeah, that was the false move.
That was the false move. Oh my goodness.
And it's like, oh, it's
Yeah.
dipped $50. That must be it. Get out of your short.
When I saw them when I saw the market maker in the whales just like smudge win for 23 and he tweeted, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take this long just a bit. They really went after him yesterday.
I feel like it's times like this where you sort of do have to sit back and try and work out what the
Oh yeah,
narrative is,
yeah. You know,
and then
this is a
jump back.
great time for the chat. Like, try to look for new um new skills in trading. Just look for new skills. Look for new confluences that you've never learned. Backtest BTC and try it out. Trade it.
It says any Fish is asking any positive news. Is there positive news? I don't know if it's pumping. It's just like hitting against the trend line again. The
Positive news.
angular
You were
trend
able
line.
to clone dire wolves. I want one as a friend. Yeah,
Oh
man.
hey,
Give me clones. I want one as like my guardian.
oh hey,
Hello,
Fly.
Mr.
The
Ghost.
quokkas only live on Rottnest Island.
Oh, okay, that's in WA. That's the west coast, yeah.
Did you
They're
see the
like
picture?
really endangered, but they jump all. They like just are freely like running around Rottnest Island, and they're
And they don't have
protected there. So
natural horns. That's why they're so
they're
friendly.
yeah, they're not scared of people. So there's like a bunch of selfies with them.
Well, thanks for teaching me about my own country.
Did you see the picture? That's how they look. They're so cute. They
Yeah.
smile.
I love the quokkas.
I'll show
They're
him how they
tiny
smile. He
kittens.
has to see it when they smile. Like there. That's smiling quokka. Uploading right now. There you go. See, that's how they are. You look at them, they look at you like that.
That is cute.
Koalas are pretty. I've heard koalas are actually supposed to be kind of mean, aren't they?
Oh, you don't want to pick one of those things up. They're dangerous. They look cute, but they'll snarl at you and claw you. And because people try and save them on the side of the road, you don't want to approach a koala. No,
Really?
no,
Oh,
not at
you
all.
see them on the side. You
And
see
they
them on the
get
side of
drunk
the
off
road.
you. They get drunk off eucalyptus leaves too, so they tend to get drunk and aggressive too.
Oh,
I didn't
that's
know
why they
that.
grandma.
Mm.
They smell like efficacent oil,
Yeah,
which is made from eucalyptus leaves. Yeah.
yeah. I think there's
They're
another
so
one, like Melaleuca is quite popular for a sort of a medical topical sort of treatment as well.
They are quite cute.
Quokkas won't survive in a natural environment. They'd have to be in a special island where there's no predators. Look at it. It's like the
Well,
easiest
that's it.
thing
We
to
don't
catch.
have lots of big predators and stuff, so a lot of these marsupials and animals that they're not used to it. But then if we cats, wild cats and
Are there still dingoes around?
yeah. I mean, I don't come across them on a daily basis, but there was a like that whole story about the dingo stole my baby. There was a small child being dragged off by one a couple of years back, I think. Another story, but
Way.
yeah,
You know, I heard the whole the dingo ate my baby, and then like they actually, then nobody believed them, and then they
no
found that
one
like
believed her. But then, like I said, it's been
I
documented
thought
and
they found
filmed.
like her baby like in a dingo's stomach, and they're like, oh, it really happened.
Yeah, well, I don't think people had really ever observed it happening, but there's footage of it happening now. Of dingoes trying to drag off small children, so um, it's possible.
They act a lot like wolves.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever really sort of come close to a dingo before. I don't know.
I watched a lot of I like dogs a lot, so I watched a bunch of documentaries, and they're all over Australia. And they were like, there was some myth going around that they were only like 15% dingo and mostly dog, but it's not true. Like mm, they're like fully dingo. Like dingoes can't, like they can't survive on dog food. Like wolves, like they have a predominantly meat diet,
Yeah,
or
right.
like wolves and cats. I watch a lot of PBS.
I'm just a city slicker. The only wildlife we have are the crazy people that sort of wander up and down the street shouting like the one a minute ago. I think he was shadow boxing and stuff.
It's that cold.
I'm a city slicker, but here in Alaska, like wildlife is just like all around. Like they come into the city constantly. We're surrounded. What's crazy, the dingoes are like taking babies, because like in the documentaries I watch, like the dingoes are way friendlier than wolves. Like people can adopt a dingo. Like in the US, you can't just be like having a wolf as a pet. Like that's not gonna work out.
Monkeys steal babies as well.
Really? That's
Yeah, I
crazy.
was in
I
Africa and
didn't.
they get they were coming over the fence. They didn't when I was there and I left and my daughter was still over there and they got more and more friendly, but they'll start getting quite friendly and close to the children and if you're not careful they'll sneak off with them.
I wonder what they do with them. Are they eating
I don't know. I didn't research that part of it. After that, I didn't want to sort of get to that point, I guess.
them? That's quite creepy.
You have to be careful because they'll come up to the windows looking for bananas.
Oh wait, did you say still babies or bananas?
Babies, yeah. They'll start looking for food first and then they'll get more and more bold. Yeah.
Gotta Google that. I know that I watched a documentary about monkeys where they were like in India, where they like were like busting into these like cities by the forest. They were like breaking into the houses and like just like tearing
Wow.
apart it, like
Yeah, stealing
ran
food and
taking all the
stuff.
food.
I used to think they were
Yeah.
cute chimpanzees until I went to the chimpanzee forest and I accidentally stepped on a chimpanzee's tail. And then another one started yanking on my shorts, telling me off, whilst about 8 of them started surrounding me. I was trying to negotiate with him and then I just ran. And they steal all your stuff as well. Don't trust them very much.
Yeah, chimpanzees, they could kill you.
Yeah.
The big apes. Monkeys are cute though. Do you have monkeys in Pakistan?
Yeah, a lot of them, but not in the residential areas. It's only in the mountains and certain regions, not everywhere.
I like monkeys,
Yeah,
but I
we
haven't
got,
had to live with them.
yeah. Monkey here in my country, they are very friendly. They're very friendly. I mean, people special go out just to feed them these corns and the bread and stuff like that. They are very friendly. Monkeys are in India. They are pretty wild.
Yeah, I had a lot of respect for monkeys until I mean they're good,
Yeah,
but they can be quite cheeky and quite playful and sometimes a little bit aggressive if you annoy them.
I
yeah.
don't know, man. Monkeys creep me out. There's some cute ones, like those little tiny ones you see in like Hangover and stuff. Like, yeah, I'm all for that. Like give me
Yeah,
water. But I don't know, man. After seeing like chimpanzees that have been kept by like this, I'm sure you guys seen the news. Like just faces getting eaten. It's just crazy. Animals will always be animals at the end of the day, right? Like no matter what
No, I'm
species.
not going anywhere near a chimpanzee though. Yeah, they can eat your face off.
They're
yeah, I
strong.
ain't doing it again.
Those
We
guys are
had,
strong.
those Vicks nasal things where you put your nose and sniff them. A monkey stole that, a chimpanzee, and he was sniffing it and trying to crack it open. Had it on video. It was hilarious.
That's actually pretty funny. They're smart. They're definitely smart,
That'd
but
be
yeah.
entertaining.
I named the video "Crack Monkey."
What's those crazy ones? The ones that you meet? Baboons? Is it baboons?
Yeah, baboons. They are pretty wild. Yeah,
Like they got the canine
baboon.
teeth and they're
Yeah,
chaotic and they hunt. Yeah, that's like
yeah.
basically, an ape version of a hyena to me. I don't know. They just get stupid
They
out.
Yeah, there's some type of gladiators in their category. In the monkeys category, they are the gladiators. They are pretty wild.
Like I love gorillas. Like gorillas is where
Yeah,
it's at for sure.
yeah.
I
They look calm, but they
tip my
can
hat to
get
them.
aggressive in a second
Right,
if you
right.
go
But
near to them.
you know, I would go with the gorilla over a baboon for sure.
Yeah.
The chat's pretty funny right now.
I don't even see what they're saying. I gotta open it up.
Police to woman. Who took your baby? Woman to police. And Dingo was his name. They make the babies work in the banana factory.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're clever ones for sure.
Sample. I wonder what Sal was talking about. They make the babies work in the banana factory. Monkey babies?
getting a little bit more volume. Cortana, can you hear me? Oh shit.
You.
little bit of a leg up. Not bad. For pump.
Good morning, Rick. Good morning, YouTube.
It's good. Unemployment claims was up off the forecast, which is good for the markets. That's why it's kind of popped up a bit.
Pump and dump or permanent?
Well, it should be a lasting effect because it's kind of what the Federal Reserve wants. They want less people working because people working means they're getting paid, and people getting paid means they're driving demand, and more demand in the economy means higher inflation. Like pressures on inflation basically. So it's like a temporary pain for like a longer term gain or progress on inflation. It's a step in the right direction at least.
Roger that.
Yeah. Yeah, if they could just coordinate all of USA to not go to work for a week and not get like, yeah, just not, don't spend anything for a week. Like, just save your money for like 1 week. That might have some kind of effect to cool off the demand, you know? But that's never going to happen. There's only one time they could organize a whole bunch of people to stop working all at once, and that was COVID. Or at least, like, yeah, getting a lot of people to stop, slowing the world down, and
It's unbelievable the way when people have $1 in their pocket, they just can't wait to spend it.
yeah, yeah. We are professional consumers. We're very good at it, apparently.
It's like it's gonna burn a hole in their pocket if they don't get rid of it.
Yeah. And businesses love that. Retail. They love the fact that people like to spend. Need to buy the thing, man. The new thing. The new hot thing.
So work ethics changed after COVID. It's still not the same.
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
The one thing COVID helped companies is the discovery that you don't have to be at work to work. You can come in twice a week or whatever, but the rest you can, if you can, in IT related or stuff like that, then you can actually work from home.
Yeah.
Since COVID, my
Yeah.
neighbor, he's a manager, IT company and everything, but he goes in once a week. He said he's
Wow.
saving so much on fuel, it's insane. Same with my brother. My brother's into servers and stuff like that and setting up systems for companies. And he came to visit me from South Africa because they had a conference in Chicago, and he came here for a few days. And he said to me, things just changed. He said, even himself, the boss said, no, you guys just come in when we have meetings. That's basically when he goes in. The rest, he Zoom everybody that he needs to talk to at work. It's insane.
Wow.
And he actually prefers to
Yeah.
go in because he's a hands-on guy. He said, I like to sit in front of the people when we work on stuff, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah. Oh, I'd imagine so. I'd imagine that'd be
Yeah,
like
I
preferred.
am actually teleworking for since COVID for most of the time, but what people tend to forget, it seems like all fun all the time, but it's actually quite stressful because you don't often put your laptop off at the end of the normal working day. You tend to leave it on a bit longer, so you work longer actually. But
Oh, there'll be people that will
It's a good
work the
point.
system.
hmm,
That will cut it.
Yeah, it'd be like a case by case thing, I suppose, depending on what type of work you do and how into it you are. Like, you know, some people would find huge benefit and wouldn't change it
oh,
back, or and then there's others that absolutely hate it, where it doesn't suit.
oh no, for me, I'm perfectly fine
Mm.
with the teleworking. I mean, I can bring in my kid to school and get her, which I normally am not able to do. Only thing is that you have to put borders for yourself, like, okay, I don't work after 6 p.m. or something like that. But
Yeah, like
for the rest, it's
strict
nothing.
shut it down type look like rules for yourself.
It's
I think if you're
even now
outgoing, right?
that I cannot work in because sometimes you have to go back to the office. I don't manage to get accommodated in the office anymore. You know, like it's different desk, it's different mouse, keyboard, different
Oh
light. I
yeah,
don't like it.
yeah. I found at least during school. Do you remember if you can remember back to like high school or school? Um, I could focus better at home and I would work better in a comfortable environment. There's too much distraction going on in a classroom.
Yep. I'm,
Yeah, I guess it depends on your style of work, but if you're trying to learn
I get
stuff, I
distracted very easily. If I want to
yeah,
get something in my head, I have to literally walk around in my room when I study and do things, with the book in my hand and things. Now in school,
yep,
there was always
me too.
distractions. There was always someone fiddling around or dropping a pen or do stuff, and
Yeah,
that's all it
too
takes
much
for
to
me.
look at. Exactly. I can't chill. And
But I
I've
think
never
with
understood how people can read a book on a busy train like a novel. Like I could not. I just can't tune out like that
uh,
to
when
where
I
I can
worked in
focus on
London,
a
I
book.
was there for 5 years. I used to like sitting in the morning on the train and read the metro. But I think that's different.
Oh yeah.
Then I'll just
Oh,
read the metro
yeah.
and see what's going on. And they had these
Perhaps.
pictures of the submarine, the Russian submarine that sunk, and
Mm.
how they're going to try and save the guys. And yeah, I used to like that. But
Mm.
yeah, in school it's different. But I feel for people who is outgoing and they need people around them. They feel alone at home, single people at home, and now
Yeah,
all of
like
a sudden they have to work from home as well.
yeah, yeah, true. Yeah, some people get drained being alone, and then others actually get drained from being around people and busy environments. Like it's draining because they're stressed or they're anxious.
But if you were someone who had to drive an hour and a half to get to work in traffic, this is blessed.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's painful.
But indeed, as you say, Eric, it depends what kind of job you do. If your job is to have
Definitely.
regular contact with customers and stuff, it's a bit different than I'm an IT guy, so I prefer
Yeah,
to sit in my bubble and nobody bothers
yeah,
me.
because you can focus and dial into the work, and yeah, no distractions, and just relax. So you can, yeah. Well, we
Uh,
have the stock
Danny
market
in chat,
session.
I totally have to agree with you. That is, he's saying that he hates it to be direct into meetings with middle managers.
Yeah.
That's like the worst thing. That's like, and they all got to have their say in it, and they have to pretend to be useful, and it's the worst thing ever.
So we've got a
One of
minute and
those
a
middle
half
managers.
left,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
and we've got the US stock market opens.
Ah, it's in 2 minutes even.
Yeah, or a minute. Yeah, a minute and a half, something like that. Yeah, good old. I don't miss working in an office, like all the office politics, that kind of stuff, and all the attitudes and egos and toxic people. No, thank you.
What's your view on the market, Eric? Because it's a bit weird, I find. I managed to get in along, but I think I wanted to. I will close it shortly, I think.
Apparently, Donald Trump had a phone conversation with Xi Jinping, like this morning in the US, and people are just trying to speculate what it was about and like whether it was positive or negative, or and then of course like that unemployment report came out and the data was good for markets. So I'm thinking, yeah, like we could see more activity to the upside. But yeah, I feel like this move was definitely like a not just a crypto move. This was because it's affecting the stock market too. In pre-market, there was a big spike up, so hopefully that's enough to get the ball rolling and carry on climbing from here. But I know the last 2 weeks has sort of made me think, oh, don't hold your breath. Don't get your hopes up. Still got a lot of work to do to get bullish again and back on the uptrend.
Yeah, I'm going to sound ridiculous, Rick, but I tend to like the moon cycle. Not that the moon has, according to me, anything to do with the price and stuff. Yeah, I don't believe that thing. But I tend to notice that like a 2 week bullish versus bearish movement, that's maybe something truth in it.
I
Nothing to do with the
Yeah,
moon itself, but that there
well,
is
we were
like.
looking at, I don't know if you were in here, but I was like screen sharing the moon phase indicator, and I was seeing that it has like a 60 to 70% correlation with full moon being bullish and new moon being bearish. Like the price moves into, so it's not bulletproof, like it's not perfect. It's 60 to 70%
Oh, no, no.
correlation. I don't think it's causation. I don't think it's like the moon being full causes people to buy. It's just an interesting correlation.
But
I'm
there
not
is
sure
maybe
how to
something
explain
to
it, but
say about the 2 week cycle rather than having it to do with the moon
the
itself. But
moons
maybe,
could be, yeah, it could, yeah.
but I also don't know if it's always applicable. Maybe we are now at a particular phase in the bull/bear market where it's applicable, and in other cases it's not. But notice that last week
Yeah, it's hard to, yeah, because it's one of those sensitive type of factors that if there's nothing going on and you get people might start looking to more obscure things that they look for any reason for direction. So perhaps the moon phases comes into it at some stage, but everything has to be pretty quiet because usually it's other things that are pulling the market up or down, like news events or even technical reasons, like technical setups, breakouts, price levels, psychological price levels. But yeah, I think economic data, like economic reports, very much push the stock market around, like that kind of thing. Especially earnings for certain stocks
You know,
coming in,
is there
like that
maybe
kind of data.
something like monthly, like let's say there is those monthly numbers, and then the first
Uh,
2 weeks
well,
people are disappointed, and then it's going bearish, and then the
mm,
last 2 weeks they are expecting better. I don't know. There's this.
yeah, well, because we've come out of like a very inflationary period, like not just America, a lot of countries have had this same kind of effect because of COVID, right? That has been a factor for the last 5 years. We've been dealing with, inflation figures. It's been more of a focus. And then also the funds rate, like the interest rates around that they set in reaction to it, in response to it. So those have been impactful. Like when those figures and decisions come out, that impacts like the markets. But in like healthy environment, like where there's no like or little to no inflation, or sorry, like controlled inflation, I should say, like around the target, and interest rates aren't an issue, like they're relatively low. Those are like, yeah, I guess generally risk on kind of conditions. So no quantitative easing or tightening, just no action from the Fed, just a stable environment. But yeah, for the last 5 years, definitely. To answer your question, yes, there has been like a month by month thing because the CPI data, the inflation data comes out in the middle of each month, roughly. So we are coming up next week on the 11th. We get the inflation figures as well as a full moon on the same day.
What was a full
Interesting.
moon? Was that bullish, or was the other one
Well, I
bullish?
found that
I don't know what
at
is.
least lately, I think there's more events of the price moving up toward a full moon or around a full moon than crashing at a full moon, you know what I mean? So leading up toward the full moon, there's more rallies than sells, than sell-offs and corrections. And that, like, to give you like how often is that correlated? The correlation's about 60%, 60 to 70 for the last like 18 months.
Sometimes it's a couple
Which
days
is
late,
quite
but it's spot on.
considerable.
Yeah, it's not like a silver bullet. It's not the answer to the market, but it's just a piece of data that's interesting, really. Like if you're trading to
Maybe
the
it
moon,
has.
it's like a bit, I don't know. It's a bit,
I was
what's
thinking
the
maybe
word?
it has something to do with the monthly salary. Like you get paid, you're
Oh,
ambitious,
like
you
an actual
invest, and then
fundamental reason.
by the
Yeah,
end of the
maybe.
month, you're like, oh shit, I'm not going to cut it with what I put aside, so I'm going to have to sell some. I'm not. There must be a reason for it. No?
What better reason than science? What happens to the oceans with the moon cycles? What are we?
Yeah, tides, tidal. We've got water in us, I guess, or at
Yeah,
70%.
least we've got. Yeah, we do have like chemical or blood pulsing through our heads, right? Blood has an amount of water in it, or it's a fluid at least. We know that much, right? So
But
if there's some kind
I'm
of
not an astrophysicist or any, but if it's, let's say, full moon in Europe, is it then also full moon in Australia, or
yeah, it's full
yeah,
moon
it's
everywhere. Yeah,
worldwide?
yeah, yeah, yeah. The phase hits at the same time all around the world.
But the water must react then differently in, yeah, let's say, the northern hemisphere than the southern hemisphere, no?
Yeah. So
Because
the moon being a mass at at whatever distance from Earth has a gravitational pull. So the site and the Earth spins every 24 hours. You get a full rotation of the Earth. So and then of course the moon is moving around the Earth at a certain rate as well. So when the water, like the side of the Earth that the moon is facing, gets the pull of the moon, like so the tide will be bigger near the moon at that time. And then you get, have you heard of a king tide before? Like a super tide, king tide? That happens when the moon and the sun are like nearby, like they're like in alignment with Earth. And you get
yeah,
the
you get
double effect. You get the sun and the moon.
the double gravitational pull then from
Yeah, that's the idea, I think. Yeah. There'd be a good graphic for it. Um, how the sun and moon cause king
The,
tides.
the sun has very little effect, regardless of where it is in opposition or apposition with the moon. For like example, people say on your head, affecting your left side or your right side of your body, etc. Your pillow has more gravitational force on your head than the moon does.
And like around
It's actually opposite of what you think it works. It's the moon actually pushes the water in, and that is what's creating the high tides on the sides. It's literally like taking a small cup and pushing it into a bowl of water, and it pushes the sides over. That's how it
No,
works.
it's not how it works. It's an we're first of all we're an obloid. We're not actually round. The
No,
southern
actually, go check it out. It's that scientifically that is how it works.
Okay.
But I'm not going to
No,
argue with you. But I'm just saying.
no, it's
So just
okay.
go check it out. Yeah.
Maybe we're communicating the wrong angles, etc. But whatever side the moon is on, both sides of the Earth are affected. One, it pulls it towards it, and then the opposite side also goes up, while the
Also, yeah.
90-degree angle goes down. And I think it's at 23.5 degrees, if I remember correctly. Anyway,
like in the picture I put in the general chat, how there's a
probably
bulge of water around
right.
around like the waist of the Earth, like
Yeah,
sorry,
it's
what do you call it?
yeah, the opposite.
The equator. The equator. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But it doesn't revolve around the equator.
No, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's off
23
kilter.
and a half. Yeah, because we have the Earth is tilted. And then, of
Mhm.
course, it moves in a circular orbit. I mean, the moon coincidentally has a 1 to 400 ratio against the sun, but years and years and years ago, it dominated the sky. It was 25% of the sky. And eventually, the moon will not cause a solar eclipse at all.
Yeah, it's actually opposite. It pulls it. It's a bulge. So the bulge, I'm wrong. You're right, Clive. The bulge actually follows it. I knew it's something like that.
Right.
But wherever the moon
Yeah.
goes, there's a bulge literally pushing up. So if you are in that area with a boat, scientifically speaking, you will be higher than the rest of the ocean. You won't see it, but
Well, it's spread over thousands and thousands of miles.
Yep.
So yeah,
Yeah.
compare yourself to someone 1,000 miles away, but you can't see it.
And because the ocean's so vast, Like,
Right.
yeah, obviously you won't feel the difference, but it is a difference. It's a height difference.
Yeah, but the Earth is flat, right? So how does that?
Yeah, there you go.
This
Let's
is a
go
good
down that
video
rabbit hole.
in general.
Um,
What causes tides? There's like an animation there to it.
I
Right.
thought the
question
Earth was flat.
So when you get combined gravity, that's when you get a king tide, sun and earth.
Yeah,
Sun
but
and
the
moon
effect
rather.
is phenomenal. The I think I don't remember what the ratio of the sun's gravitational versus the moon's is, but it's
Not
a
sure.
decimal point in comparison. Hold on.
Guys, do you think the
Yeah,
ban on the
let's see.
12 countries that came out now earlier also has an effect on the market?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
12 countries that was banned by Trump
Oh,
administration. Do you think it also has an effect on the market? Even though
well,
it's
it has
not really countries
the
that
news.
influence us,
The news
but
has effect. Who cares about those countries?
I
Sorry,
know, but
but
I'm just saying
don't
people
anything.
react to it. Do you think that
Yeah,
that
news.
has
Yeah,
an effect on the?
right. But the economic banning of students, et cetera,
I know.
Harvard is a big case right now.
But my question is, do you guys think the people are overreacting, and that's why we get this reaction in the market as well? You
Always
think it
overreact.
has the effect?
We're day traders. We always overreact. Common man on the street doesn't even know that happened. They go in there, buy their pizzas, and they give me a $2 tip, and I'm happy.
Does anyone else feel like this is like the corniest bull run of all crypto history?
I know what you mean, man.
Am I
Yeah.
the only?
They're not giving
I,
it to us on a silver platter. They're making us work for it.
I feel like the last bull run, bro. I was so high, like off crypto,
Yeah,
like just like
yeah.
every day, just
Euphoria.
endorsement, euphoria,
Yeah.
insanity. Like,
But
Mm-hmm.
us big
what the
players
hell's
got
going on
involved.
here? What's
Us
up?
They're
big
trickle feeding it.
Yeah, the big players got involved. You were seeing, it went up 1,000%. Well, you can't go 1,000% on $100,000 asset.
Right.
Just can't happen. There's not enough money.
All right, give me
But the alt
50,000%. I don't care. Give me
the
a
alts
fraction of that, bro. Give me
yeah,
something.
the
Right.
the alts aren't getting love is what you mean, I think. Is that right? Like the alts don't seem to be getting the pumps.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, for the most part, I guess that's what I mean.
Right.
But
Yeah.
even
There's been no
Bitcoin,
face melting.
even Bitcoin and ETH, like, it's sad.
Look at
I
this.
mean,
Bitcoin's giving it all back right now.
this is only my second bull run, but I'm like, so is this thing even gonna happen? Like, I mean,
I
I,
think I've seen 37 bull runs in my lifetime.
what do you mean, like 37? Like, well, describe your.
I've traded for 5.5 decades.
Oh, okay. But I
Okay.
think the stock market bull runs are probably like extremely minuscule compared to what we're used to getting over here, right?
Yeah. I mean, you had an asset that was worth my first exposure for Bitcoin was $12.50. Okay. Someone gifted me $100
Yeah,
of
dang.
Doge when it was 4 decimal points.
Right.
Four digits. Never sell it. It was a gift.
Well, here's how I'm playing it.
Mhm.
Until out season doesn't happen, I'm gonna keep,
Mhm.
placing my bags as where they are. But I'm like, bro, if this doesn't happen, bro, my life is over.
How many decades old are you? Just curious.
I'm 35.
Okay. You got plenty of time. You
Really?
you need 5 million to retire.
Okay, that's good to know.
Right? I write that down to every one of my students.
Okay,
The
okay.
number used to be 10 years ago was 3. Now it's 5. Just write
5
that down.
each.
That's what I need to hit. And you can do it. You can do it. I'm sure you earn good money at whatever you do. What profession are you in? Just curious.
I do a few things here and there, but I would guess my main thing would be Uber
Mhm.
driving.
Okay. I'm a Domino's driver at night. You know, an extra
Cool.
60K a year is not bad.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Right. But it gets me away from my wife and saves my marriage. I can send her away for 3 months every year.
Oh hell yeah!
You think
You got it all,
you think I'm
bro.
joking?
You got it all. You got it all figured out.
After five wives and $6 million lost, yeah, I figured it out.
Hey,
Good lord.
real quick.
Damn.
I'm still
Wow,
looking for my.
Bitcoin,
my
Bitcoin.
I'm
This
looking for my
guy is
7th
telling me a
home.
story
Yeah.
via text message. This
Mm,
guy's got
Yeah.
tons of money. Do you know what he tells his wife? He's been married 5 years. She doesn't know how
wow.
much money he has.
Oh
But
boy.
he wants a
Oh, they find out
divorce.
quick. They know.
So what he
They
does right
know.
now is he goes to work as a Domino's pizza driver to get out of the house to make 60 grand. This guy's worth over $5 million. She doesn't know that. Hijo de puta.
I am just ahead of a private equity firm on 5% of it. That being said, you know, just stay the course. Pick the good stuff and get rid of the trash. We
Anybody
don't
know how
know
we're
what.
doing on?
Yeah.
Anybody know how we're doing on time in this bull run? Like it's hard to believe like we're at the end of the bull run.
We're not at the end. We're in
No, we're not.
summer. It's summer. The third quarter is the most important. The first quarter is second. The fourth quarter is third, and second quarter is fourth. Those are the important
There's
ones.
still a lot that's going to happen. They say it's going to run till October, November.
Yeah,
Which quarter are we in?
And
we're in
second.
second.
We're about to
The
be in
last
third
month
though,
of the
right?
second. Yeah, this is the last month of the second quarter. Yeah.
Right.
Thank
And then they
God.
start reporting about 30 days after that. They'll start, but the first week is bank, so who cares?
So
Most
about
important is third.
Third is the most important.
Noted.
'Cause you
Roger.
close your books on October as a corporation. You
I sent a
prepare
few of
for.
you. I sent a few of you a friend request. It's not spam. Go to the gym, bro. Go to the gym, bro.
This pump that crypto had the last couple hours is almost completely given back. It's come right back, round tripped. Jeez.
The first 30 minutes. Okay, I'll accept it. And she said that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I sent you
1 hour
a
up.
Clive.
I don't accept a lot of them. I'll accept yours. Thank you. My pleasure.
Clive, you on leverage?
2x.
2x tops.
I don't do crypto. I buy IBIT. I'm trying to hold on a second here. Where am I?
Crypto ETFs.
Yeah. NVIDIA's. Let me find your friend request. Hold on a second here. Don't is it here? The hell is it? I'll accept it later. I'm outside smoking.
Oh no worries. Enjoy it. I'll send you a message saying it's me.
Yeah. Know you're in here somewhere. Messages. Here we go. Is that okay? Yes. Okay.
Cool, man.
Who is this? Go to the gym, bro.
What the hell?
I'll
I
accept
don't know.
yours.
That wasn't.
Okay. Cool. I think I got everybody. Make sure I did.
I would not mind if we rip to 101, like Dbloc
Here we
said.
go. Here we
And
go.
we go
Accept.
up.
I got you too. Okay. Cool.
That was a quick drop.
Mm-hmm. I trade
Dbloc.
pre-market and generally nothing in the first 30 minutes.
Five.
Yeah.
My
you hear me?
yeah, my mic just went. I had to plug it in. Just repeat that last bit.
I trade pre-market and generally do not trade in the first 30 minutes.
Mm.
I'll get out of positions. I'll sell, but I generally don't buy in the first 30 minutes. Let it stabilize, and then I'm just trying to make 0.25 to 0.5%.
Yeah. Dbloc said nothing's certain, but according to him, it's very likely that we might go down to 102, 101 and grab the liquidity before we shoot up again.
Maybe. I don't think we'll see 90 again. 90.
I think 101 and 102 is more
Right. I think
reasonable.
we may see the 99s, but I don't think we'll see 90.
Think we'll see 99
Ever.
again? That's a bit low.
99. No, I'm saying when I say 90s, I mean 90.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
don't think we'll ever see that again.
Did you ever work in Wall Street?
I was supposed to go work at the World Trade Center a month before the crash, and I have acrophobia, and I said I can't do it. I can't do it. I was in a building in Tokyo in a 7.3, and a desk went out the window right next to me, and it's like I tried it, and then when I was moving to Houston, I had to go over the Ship Channel Bridge and nearly shit myself. So I have just no.
Why do you
I'm
say that?
self-trained.
Why do you say?
Acrophobia.
Okay.
Fear of heights.
Yep.
I'm fine with planes, but anything over 3 stories, no.
You know what's weird is man-made structures for me. But
Mm-hmm.
if I were to climb a tree high, nothing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Weird.
Okay. Well, time to start trading.
Hey, Clive, do you trade Forex at all?
No. Don't have enough money. Don't like it either. I mean, those guys, I mean, it's 5,000x. Too risky for me.
What's
Made
your
my
favorite?
money of what? My favorite?
Yeah, like
Stock?
your favorite market, and then what's your favorite asset in that market?
Berkshire A since 1991, followed by Nvidia since it was less than $2. And Berkshire A, I bought in 1991. I'm ready to buy my 10th share.
When you first started trading stocks, what
Uh-huh.
was the what was how
The
did the world
commission?
look at stocks? Like did the world look at stocks the way we look at crypto today?
No, no. It's always been a big money game. It was $75 one each way. So it was pretty expensive. When I went to open my account with my partners, etc., we had $100,000 in the late 70s, and they said, "Do you know anybody that has any real money?" They laughed at me.
And back then that was like 300, 400 grand today.
Oh, more than that. More than that.
Oh my god.
I mean, you could trade them, but keep in mind we didn't have decimals. You traded 1/8 and 1/4, and you got okay. You opened up the Wall Street Journal. You saw what your stock was at. You marked it on a piece of paper with a graph paper, and then after 6 months, you had a chart.
Damn. Yeah, I've heard horror stories of how things used to work back in the day.
Oh yeah. I made my money off the Hunt brothers.
Dude,
That
that
was
is
when
why.
they tried
Yeah,
to corner the silver market.
that is
When
wild. Like having to plot your like price data out for like months before
yeah,
even approaching technical analysis. It's like,
I mean, there was no such thing. The whole
yeah.
Wyckoff and all that. I mean, that was
Mm,
invented in the 1880s, and it's a guess. They consider it less than 36% accurate.
mm,
Others say it's 65, but there's so many better things.
mm.
But that's me.
I like how you can keep it as simple as buy it during a recession, or like
Yeah.
buy like when things are terrible, and then just sell when everything's frothy, and everyone's euphoric. You don't
Well,
even
the
need
old
the
saying
market to
was
read.
as soon as someone comes in with a bag full of coins or a little bag of money, $1,000, as soon as a little old lady strolls into the stock market and says, I want to buy stocks, the market is over.
Yeah, that's the top.
There's a picture in the Wall Street Journal, the cartoon in the Wall Street Journal, where this little lady's held. I'd like to buy some ExxonMobil. The trader says, run, sell, sell, sell.
So, yeah.
You have no, I mean, my fees were hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. My fees now are like $500 on several billion dollars worth of trades.
Wow.
There was a firm that was paying $79,000 a day in trading fees. The same firm is now paying $700 a month. They make the money on the spread. Netflix all-time high at 12.55. Wow. I've never bought that stock. Wow. Okay, time to start trading.
I heard adult content stocks do pretty well.
Sure. They get all the hype. They do it for a while. But there's so much free. I mean, just that's the reason that streetwalkers have such a hard time now. Okay, Nvidia's down. I'm probably going to buy here at this level. I sold a bunch earlier at 142. 140.88. Looks good. Yeah, market is definitely pulling back. Wow, Solana fell 3%. Silver and gold are up. Wow. BBAI, I was in that. I sold it the other day. It's down 8.5%. Tesla is going back way below 250. He ruined that company.
Well, he's been looking all K'd out of his mind on TV. He's been looking all high and stoned,
Okay.
which I personally don't care, but I'm sure his investors do.
Oh, yeah. There will be a number of documentaries on him in years to come.
Yeah, and the thing is, you really don't know like what he's doing in his personal life.
Oh, yeah. What has he got? 14 children?
Yeah, a few of them are trannies. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And then you got the whole Nazi thing. I drive a Tesla as an Uber car, and let me
Uh-huh.
tell you, I've gotten some hate on my Tesla.
I'm sure. Some people are taking their stickers off.
Oh, I saw a Tesla just yesterday. They
Uh-huh.
took the T sign off. They put an Audi emblem
Yep,
on it,
that's what they're doing. Audi.
and then and then the back they put like Audi S5 or something, and I'm like, what is going on?
Yep. Oh,
I'm gonna get a Jewish emblem and put it on in front of my Tesla. See what people
there you go.
say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man, market is dumping. Even the weed stocks, Tilray and et cetera, are down. Man, bad day. Really bad day. Ignore what they said 30 minutes ago. Yeah, it's looking kind of ugly. Okay, market seems to be reversing. Over.